Reserve, sir.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have?
Gentleman from Mississippi has 16 minutes. Gentleman from New York has 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. SWALWELL.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today our country has a choice: our Constitution or chaos. Our democracy was attacked on January 6th. We survived this once, but we will not survive another attack. And this commission ensures that we are better prepared if one is to come to this House again. But we don't just owe this to our democracy. We owe it to the men and women in uniform who fought in hand-to-hand combat for hours to protect our lives. These are the cops that we see every day. These are the cops who take care of us. 3 of them lost their lives. 1 of them lost a number of fingers, and 1 of them had his eye gouged out. Don't walk away from these cops. We can't agree on much as a country anymore. We choose the news that agrees with us, but this commission cannot be spun. Testimony is the testimony. It's unimpeachable, and it's going to be factual. And we owe those facts the ground truth, not only to our democracy, but to the police officers who so bravely served us that day. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York continues to reserve.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recognize for 1 minute the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Rice.
Gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Rice is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3233, the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol Complex Act. This cannot be said enough. January 6th was an act of domestic terrorism. An armed mob of insurrectionists stormed the Capitol intending to murder the Speaker, the Vice President, and members of Congress. We cannot let our friends on the other side of the aisle whitewash the events of that day. We cannot let them gaslight the American people by calling January 6th an ordinary tourist visit. The 9/11-style commission we are proposing in this bill will issue a full report on the facts and provide recommendations to prevent future attacks. I truly appreciate Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member KATKO for negotiating this bill in good faith. And let me say to my friend, the Ranking Member, Mr. KATKO, I want to thank you for actually recognizing the events of January 6th and working to find a bipartisan path forward despite the opposition in his own party. That is a true act of courage and being a true American. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York.
We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to recognize the gentlelady from New York, from Florida, gentlelady, Ms. DEMINGS.
For 1 minute?
From 1 minute.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the insurrectionists attacked this very building we are standing in right now. The violent mob attacked, bear sprayed, and beat down the police officers who protect us every day. 140 officers were injured, and we need to care about that. Some have died, and they deserve better. Mr. Speaker, accountability and truth are the foundation of upon which all of our rights and freedoms exist. We need answers, and this commission will give them to us. We need accountability, and this commission will pave the way for full accountability. We need an independent commission, and a vote against it is a vote for a cover-up. Choose ye this day whom you will serve, our democracy or the big lie. History will remember us. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Ms. BARRAGÁN.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol Complex Act. So many questions have surfaced since the attempted insurrection from January 6th. But one question encompasses everything. What happened? A truth-telling commission will set the record straight about the January 6th uprising, its causes, and potential remedial measures. This is about a fact-finding and truth-telling mission. It was the very absence of these two things that helped bring the insurrection on January 6th. We can't move on until we look back and make sure we know what happened, why, and make sure it never happens again. On behalf of fallen Capitol Police Officer Sicknick, the men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police, the Congressional and Capitol Hill staff that keep our offices running, and the American people, we must uncover the truth. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. LURIA.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, like all of us, I watched with horror as our Capitol was overrun on January 6th by those seeking to overturn a free and fair election. As a 20-year Navy veteran, I swore an oath multiple times throughout my career to support and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. As members of Congress, we swear the same oath, and we swear this oath not as a member of a political party, but as Americans. There's no carve-out for political expediency. I implore every member of this body to uphold their oath and vote in support of this bipartisan commission. The American people deserve to understand exactly what happened that day in January. I urge my colleagues not to turn this into a partisan litmus test, not to pit Republican against Democrat, and not to perpetuate the big lie. Finding the truth should not be controversial or a question of partisanship. This is about our shared future, the future of this Congress, and the future of democracy. We must do this together. I urge an aye vote, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a listing of national security, military, and elected officials, former members of Congress, U.S. attorneys, diplomats, all who have specific expertise in this matter before the body today. I ask unanimous consent for it to be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I also have for entering into the record a joint statement from Governor Tom Kean and former Congressman Lee Hamilton in support of this commission.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I also have for inclusion into the record from Project Democracy, Ian Besson, the Executive Director.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we've had a number of my colleagues come before us encouraging this body to support this commission and this legislation. They've spoken valiantly in support of it. They have put their hearts and soul into making sure that it is correct and proper. And I'm happy again to share with my colleague from New York. I appreciate working with him. I appreciate the ability to work out our differences. And I think it should be part of the role model for future legislation in this body. But at this point, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield to the leader of the United States House of Representatives, Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for his great leadership working with Ranking Member KATKO on bringing this bipartisan legislation to the floor for a bipartisan commission. The dome, let's talk about where we are. Here we are in the capital of the United States. The dome of the U.S. Capitol has always been a beacon of democracy and hope to America and to the world. Under this dome, our nation has abolished slavery, secured equal protections for all, ended a civil war, enfranchised women, established Medicare and Medicaid, voting rights, civil rights, and met the needs of the American people. Under this dome, school children learn about their country's history and what we are doing to advance their future. They come here, they see us honor those who have contributed to the success of our country. Washington, Lincoln, so many, Jefferson, etc. But they know that our founders, those patriots, wanted us to be working for a better future as we honor our history. Under this dome, again, when children learn about our country's history, they learn also about what we are doing for their futures. Legislators pass law, press engages with our democracy, reporting on it. Staff and workers enable all of this to happen. This dome is a symbol of the determination of America, but this was not always so. Let us recall that the dome of the Capitol was built during the Civil War, as our country was riven by a brutal conflict. At the time, many said the iron and steel used for construction were needed for the war effort. They urged the president not to continue the work on the dome, but President Lincoln said no. He knew that our country needed a symbol of strength and unity, a reminder of the shared ideals and common purpose that built our nation, a beacon of hope to guide us through times of darkness. And he knew that the work must continue as a sign of our strength and that of the unity of our country. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, on January 6th, in the days, weeks, and months after, the Capitol dome was once again such a beacon. Would we prevail? January 6th was the day called for in the Constitution to validate the presidential election. It was not just another day in the life of Congress. That day, one of the darkest days in our history, our temple of democracy was under assault by insurrectionists. The gleeful desecration of our Capitol resulted in multiple deaths, physical harm to over 140 members of law enforcement, and terror and trauma among staff, workers, and even members. The insurrection was called for to impede our constitutional mandate. But the Congress returned to the Capitol that night to accomplish our purpose. We agreed in a bipartisan way that day that we would return to the Capitol. And that sent an important signal to the world. The insurrection called for people to impede our constitutional mandate, but we returned to the Capitol. Thanks to the courage of the Capitol Police, members and support workers, we showed the country and indeed the world that we would not be diverted from our duty, that we would respect our responsibility to the Constitution of the United States. We take that oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Again, in a bipartisan way, we agreed to come back to the Capitol. Today, over 4 months later, many questions regarding the circumstances of this assault on our democracy and the response to it remain. It is imperative that we seek the truth of what happened on January 6th. And to do that, Congress must, in a spirit, I believe, in bipartisanship and patriotism, establish an independent, bipartisan 9/11 type commission. Today, thanks to the leadership of Chairman Bennie Thompson and Ranking Member John KATKO, legislation to create such a commission is on the House floor. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that this is happening 4.5 months after the January 6th insurrection. My colleagues, do you know, many of you were not here at the time, but legislation establishing the 9/11 Commission was not signed into law. 9/11, mind you, 9/11/2001 was not signed into law until the end of November 2002, over 14 months after the attacks. So people have been saying, how come we don't have a commission? Well, it takes time to build the bipartisanship, come to agreement. And let us hope that the leadership that Mr. Thompson and Mr. KATKO have demonstrated will be leadership that we will follow, that we will continue in the most bipartisan way in order to seek the truth. Today, after 4 months later, many questions regarding the circumstances still exist. This commission is designed to be impartial and experienced. The legislation requires that the commissioners be, quote, prominent United States citizens with national recognition and significant depth of experience. It also indicates that they should not be members of Congress or members elected in other capacity. Commissioners will be appointed from the highest echelons of government service, law enforcement, civil rights, civil liberties, and privacy, the armed forces, intelligence, counterterrorism, cybersecurity, technology, and law. The commission will be, again, bipartisan and bicameral, with commissioners appointed by the majority leaders and the majority and minority leadership in the House and Senate, and will be actionable and effective, culminating in a final report on the facts and causes of January 6th, along with recommendations to prevent further attacks on our democratic institutions. I heard you earlier, Mr. Chairman, acknowledge the support and endorsement of the previous chairs of the 9/11 Commission, Governor Kane, and Chairman in the Congress, Lee Hamilton, co-chairs of the 9/11 Commission. They also had written to us earlier on about the need for such a bipartisan commission, but they also wanted not only to find out the truth so this doesn't happen again, but also to reinforce our commitment to democracy and take us on a path that is better and more unifying. And that's a responsibility we have, and that is a hope that I have emerging from this debate, this vote today, that we will be able to have a strong bipartisan vote that takes us down a path more unifying for our country. We have this opportunity. My colleagues, the press says to me, why don't you just go do your own task force, your own select committee and to investigate this? You have the votes, you have the subpoena power, you have this or that. I said, I don't want to do that. We want this to be, as it is shaped, bipartisan, with shared responsibility, shared staff, in a way that the public will have respect for the outcome. To that end, 140 national security leaders have called for such a commission, writing, and this is what they've said, the events of January 6th exposed severe vulnerabilities in the nation's preparedness for preventing and responding to a domestic terrorist attacks. The immediate security failings that permitted such a lethal breach of the Capitol complex by armed extremists raise serious questions and demand immediate solutions. A failure to deploy the full suite of available tools to fully understand January 6th and address its causes will leave the Capitol and the nation vulnerable to future attacks. These are a list of nonpartisan, 140 Democrats, Republicans. I don't even know what party some of them are. Without objection, I would like to submit their statement for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
After the bipartisan agreement on this commission was reached, the respected bipartisan chairs of the 9/11 Commission, Thomas Kean and Lee Hamilton, endorsed it, as was mentioned by the chairman, as I referenced earlier. I want to repeat, because I think it bears repetition, we very strongly urge House members to support H.R. 3233, the Bipartisan National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex. That bill would create a 9/11-style commission to investigate the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol. That was a dark day in American history, one of the darkest. As chairman and vice chairman of the 9/11 Commission, unity of purpose was key to the effectiveness of this group. We put country above party without bias, the events before, during, and after the attack. We sought to understand our vulnerabilities in order to prevent future attacks or future acts of terrorism. The chair and vice chair went on to say, today democracy faces a new threat. The January 6th attack on the United States Capitol was one of the darkest days in the history of our country. Americans deserve an objective and accurate account of what happened. And he said, they said, Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Governor King, as we did in the wake of 9/11, it's time to set aside partisan politics, come together as Americans in common pursuit of truth and justice. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, the Capitol of the United States has always been a glorious beacon of democracy for the American people and for the world. This legislation is about something larger even than the Commission, vital as the Commission is. This legislation is about our democracy, about ensuring that the Capitol Dome remains a symbol of freedom, about preserving America's role as an emblem of resilience, determination, and hope to the world. Indeed, creating this commission sends a resounding message to terrorists both at home and abroad. The commitment of the United States Congress to the Constitution and to the American people is unshakable. In establishing the truth of January 6th, this commission will protect our temple of democracy and our democracy itself, and it will ensure that such an attack shall never happen again. Can you just not wait, my colleagues, for a time very soon when children come here to learn, where the press can cover in a more open way, where the American people can come into the people's house. That's what this body this chamber has been called, the people's house. Come to witness the debate that affects their lives. And whatever our disagreement about policy, that they are assured that we are unified in our commitment in honoring our Constitution, respecting the institution in which we serve. At that, I urge a strong bipartisan vote for H.R. 3233, to establish the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex. And I do so with the greatest appreciation and respect to Chairman Bennie Thompson and to Ranking Member KATKO, and hope, again, that the spirit of bipartisanship that they engendered in bringing this legislation to the floor will only grow as we go forward with the Commission and with its recommendations. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
From Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Speaker for her comments. And I want to just reiterate for everyone to understand, the way that Mr. Thompson and I crafted this bill, we crafted it in such a manner to make sure that it would be depoliticized entirely. There is an equal number of members on both sides, appointed by both sides. They have equal subpoena power. They can't subpoena one person without the other person on the other side of the aisle agreeing. They have to hire staff together, all those things. And I want to make sure people understand we did this for a reason, because that's exactly what made the 9/11 Commission successful, and it made it effective. And someone who was in federal law enforcement for 20 years before I took this job, I can tell you that our country is infinitely safer because of what the 9/11 Commission did. We are much stronger against terrorism, and we share information in much better ways than we ever did. For example, the Joint Terrorism Task Forces, which are all over this country. So I ask my colleagues to consider the fact that this commission is built to work, and it will be depoliticized, and it will get the results we need. And because of the Capitol itself and the Capitol police officers, we'd be better off for it. I yield back. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from Georgia, Ms. Greene.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill and to the January 6th Commission. I do so as a member of Congress because I believe this institution's duty is to serve the people of this country and not itself. In this past year, we have witnessed violent riots in the American cities all over this country. We have witnessed tremendous damage. Minneapolis city officials estimate 700 buildings were damaged, burned, or destroyed, including 360 local businesses. There has not been a commission launched to study the reasons why that happened. There has not been an investigation to stop the BLM Antifa riots that have hurt innocent people, attacked government buildings, federal courthouses, taken over police precincts, created autonomous zones in the city of Portland, and done so much damage to people all over the country. Studies show 570 protests in 220 different U.S. locations turned violent over the summer. The $1 billion plus riot damage is estimated to be the most expensive in insurance history. It resulted in up to $2 billion of damages in 20 cities across the U.S., mostly concentrated in L.A., Detroit, Miami, D.C., and New York. As a person that was a victim of the January 6th Capitol attack, I can tell you I'm against the violence that happened that day. But I do not believe a January 6th commission will achieve any resolution because we have already had our Department of Justice arrest 445 people with 100 more to be arrested soon. There's also reports of people being held for 23 hours in solitary confinement. That should not be happening. These people haven't even had a court date yet. You see, what's going to happen with the January 6th commission is the media is going to use this to smear Trump supporters and President Trump for the next few years and cover up the damage, the real damage that's happening to the people of this country, which is tearing down our economy, ripping our borders wide open, and hurting this country. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back, balance of time. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to recognize the gentleman from Maryland, the majority leader of the Democratic Party, Mr. Hoyer.
I thank
Gentleman
the chair
from Maryland is recognized for one minute. For 1 minute. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Or as I call it, the magic 1 minute.
It is.
I thank the chairman for yielding. I thank the chairman for his work. I've been here a long time. It's my 40th year in the Congress of the United States. I came at the same time Ronald Reagan was elected President of the United States. It was clearly a time of difference in the House and in the country between Republicans and Democrats, but it was also a time when, frankly, the John Katkos of the Congress were in the majority in the Republican Party. And by that I mean, Mr. Speaker, people who wanted to work together to get to a result that, while not perfect for either side, were good for the country. And so while I thank Mr. Thompson and for the hard work he's done, I thank Mr. Katko as well for doing what Americans expect us to do, to come together, looking at a challenge to our country and to our people, and coming to a decision to resolve those challenges and those problems. That's what Mr. Thompson and Mr. Katko have done. And indeed, I think this is in some ways the best of days, in some ways the worst of days. Because we have seen today two Republican leaders turn what ought to be a non-political issue, an issue with reference to a unique event, not just a demonstration that's occurred, and I grew up in the 60s, whether it was civil rights, Vietnam, a lot of demonstrations. But the Capitol of the United States was not attacked. It was not invaded. It was not breached. The work of the Congress of the United States was not stopped because people were trying to get through the door, with some members trying to stop them, who then said these are just tourists. Sad, because what the minority leader in the Senate and the minority leader in the House said, exactly what Mr. Katko pointed out. They wanted a commission that was even, as 9/11 commission was even, so that both sides would have an equal voice. And so what was the resolution that Mr. Thompson and Mr. Katko attained? Equal division, equal voice. Not only equal voice in terms of numbers, but, for instance, one of the things that was controversial was about subpoenas. And so Mr. Thompson and Mr. Katko arrived at a resolution that said both sides have to agree, or alternatively, the committee can agree. And in light of the fact that the committee is evenly divided, it would obviously have to be a bipartisan request for subpoenas. Now, what we didn't agree on was the distraction and the dissembling. Let's look at let's look at this corner. Don't look here. Let's look at this corner. Don't look here. Let's look at that corner. Don't look there. Don't look at just the invasion, the insurrection that occurred on January 6th. Look at everything else, because maybe we can confuse the issue enough that we'll lose sight of the insurrection on January 6th. We are not to do that. I've been here a long time, but I also know the history of the House, and I do not know of any other instance that is analogous to January 6th, not one. 1812, of course, there was a similar invasion, but it was from a foreign enemy. It was not the enemy within. I said that on the floor that morning as we finished the business of the House, notwithstanding the insurrection. Mr. Speaker, it's vital that Congress establish a bipartisan, independent commission to investigate January 6th. Not some other date. That does not absolve any wrongdoing anywhere, anytime. But it says that this unique insurrection is a danger to our democracy, not to Republicans and Democrats, to our democracy, to our Congress, to the People's House and the United States Senate, which was occupied. At least this House was not occupied. But members were terrified, and work was stopped, and democracy for a short period of time was overtaken by armed, violent insurrectionists. And certainly each one of us ought to be very concerned about getting at the bottom of why did that happen? How did it happen? How can we stop it from happening again? What are the resources that we need? And yes, who was responsible? Some perhaps are going to vote against this because that's what they fear. The 9/11 Commission, as Mr. Katko pointed out, made America safer. It made this institution safer. It made our law enforcement more acutely aware of the failures that led to 9/11. I hope this commission does the same. And it was right, and I've talked to numerous Republicans who tell me they think it was right that we focused on January 6th. Don't be distracted. Don't cover up or make more lacking in clarity by trying to deal with every problem that we may have. Focus on January 6th. Together, Mr. KATKO and Mr. Thompson negotiated a bipartisan agreement to move forward with such a commission based on input from Democrats and Republicans. There's going to be a significant number of Republicans to vote for this bill. Unfortunately, the truth has been a victim over the last couple of weeks. It was okay for Liz Cheney to tell the truth once. But when the former president of the United States kept telling a lie, and she said, "That's a lie," each time that he said it, well, that was not appropriate. And so she was removed. But the truth was removed with her. See no evil, hear no evil. The commission, as a result of the ranking member KATKO's participation in these discussions, will be equally composed, as I said. It will have subpoena power that will be shared by both sides. And I was pleased that we reached a bipartisan agreement. And sad for this institution, for this country, for the American people, who must think, can't you agree on anything? The minority leader got what he asked for. And yet he won't take yes for an answer. Trump does not want this commission. That can be my only explanation. Throughout my career, both in the state Senate for 12 years, as president of the Senate, and here in this body for 40, I think I'm known on the other side of the aisle as somebody you can work with. I hope that's the case. Because I think that's the way Americans want us to work. President Trump opposes this commission. I'm not sure why. It's deeply disappointing that there is a division among Republicans about whether to support the ranking member who worked hard to get to this place and got what the minority leader asked for, except for the distraction, except for the dissembling. He didn't get that, but he got everything else. Mr. Speaker, I hope my Republican colleagues will think not about their politics, not about the former president, not about themselves. I hope they will think of the country, of this Congress, of this House. And as they do so, I hope they say to themselves, we will vote for this legislation. What if George Bush had said we shouldn't have a 9/11 commission? Perhaps out of fear that somehow the administration would have been perceived as being responsible for 9/11. They weren't. Wouldn't all of us said, what are you talking about? That we're not going to have a commission to see how we can protect the Capitol and why this Capitol was stopped from doing the work of our democracy. This legislation is going to pass. It's going to pass on a bipartisan basis, and I want to thank Mr. KATKO for having the courage and the integrity to stand up fighting for what the minority leader asked for. That's Mr. Thompson, the funny thing about this. I hope senators will think long and hard about rejecting this bipartisan compromise to move forward to protect our democracy and to lift it up as the beacon that it has been and needs to be, not only for our own citizens, but for all the world. How sad that day was as the world watched, as TV showed them, America's citadel of democracy and of freedom invaded by its own citizens. Vote yes. It's the right thing to do. I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I had intended not to speak. But the careful mask of bipartisanship seems to have faltered here at the last, with the majority leader's attacks on the minority leader, who has not spoken, and the leader in the Senate, minority leader in the Senate, for comments he's made in public, but not in debate. And so what was an image of bipartisan cooperation has now become one more partisan attack. And it caused me to believe that it was important to stand up and say this. How can you have a bipartisan commission with an all-Democrat staff? How do you do that? And why is it that there is no willingness to look into all of the riots and the arson and the violence and the burning? If we're concerned about the danger that police officers were in on January 6th, and certainly they were, then why don't we have that concern for the dangers, the violence, the injuries, the deaths that have been faced by police officers across this country? Why is one form of political violence equivalent to 9/11 when a blind eye has been turned by this Congress, or at least by the majority in this Congress, to that same phenomenon across this country for a year? Where is the inquiry into that? When the images are raised, the lurid images about insurrection, let me just say this. If it was an insurrection, it was the worst example of an insurrection in the history of mankind. It was a riot, it was a mob, and it was significant, and it was troublesome. But this is not bipartisanship, and I fear that the gentleman from New York may find that he has been played.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Well, I'm not going to argue with the previous speaker. I just said read the bill. And if you read the bill, you'll understand it is a bipartisan bill. It's not a partisan bill. It's absolutely bipartisan. The staff will be picked just like the staff was picked for the 9/11 Commission. It's just like the earlier bill the ranking member talked about at the Rodney Davis bill. I mean, it's easy. So we look, Mr. Speaker, at this issue because the world saw what happened on January 6th. And it's clear that we've put together a bipartisan bill for the good of the country. And it's in that spirit that we're here today. Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have?
Gentleman from Mississippi has 6 minutes remaining. Gentleman from New York has 15 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, the chair of the Government Reform and Oversight Committee, Ms. Maloney, for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman for yielding and the ranking member for their extraordinary leadership, for doing the right thing, and for working to make this country safer and stronger. Like my friend on the other side of the aisle from North Carolina, didn't intend to speak either. But this is so important. As a New Yorker, I was closely involved in supporting the work of the 9/11 Commission. It, too, like January 6th, was one of the darkest days in the history of our country, and we needed answers on how such a horrible thing could happen. Almost 3,000 people were murdered just because they went to work that day. Many things needed to be answered, and this body came together. We were united. We were determined. We passed the commission. We had two outstanding leaders, Governor Keene and Lee Hamilton. They did everything together. They issued a report that sold more copies than Harry Potter. I had nominated it for a National Book Award, and it laid out what happened so clearly from their joint investigations. And more importantly, it told us what to do about it. They had a series of recommendations to make this country safer. This body worked together and enacted most of them, and it did make this country safer. In fact, the law enforcement in my city, I get periodic reports on attempts to hurt us and how the reforms and the programs we put in place, how they're helping us, making us stronger and protecting us better. We need this January 6th commission for the sake of America. Let's stop fighting long enough to work together to help our country understand what happened. Why did it take 4 hours for the National Guard to respond? In New York, they would have been there in 10 minutes. Why didn't you respond to all of the news reports about what was happening? We need answers. Let's come together and work together and get them. A 9/11 commission, a January 6th commission, I urge for the sake of the country, everyone should vote for it.
Time has expired. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. GOHMERT.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank Speaker and the ranking member. Look, things have changed a lot since the 9/11 Commission, because back then we did not have a problem on both sides, either side of the aisle, condemning anti-Semitic remarks. Now one side has a problem doing that. Back then we didn't have, we had never in the history of Congress had one party commit what is arguably a felony up to 20 years in prison by preventing an ongoing session of Congress, the exact charge, 1512, 18 U.S.C., that is being alleged against people that came in. As a judge, I would have no problem sentencing anybody that broke into the Capitol, anything that committed a crime here. But let's be real, the partisanship has been dramatic. And that's why it's different now than the 9/11 Commission. Let's get back to being bipartisan and not use every tool as a partisan stick to beat Republicans with. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this bill, the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. I want to thank Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member KATKO for bringing this bill to the floor. On January 6th, we witnessed one of the darkest moments in our nation's history when a violent mob attacked the U.S. Capitol. These individuals desecrated the halls of Congress, attacked law enforcement, and attempted to stop the democratic process. The clearest way for us to uphold our oath to defend the Constitution and protect this institution, our democracy, from those who directly attempt to thwart its operations is through an independent, evenly divided, bipartisan commission. We need to understand not just what were the breakdowns in security and failures of our intelligence, but why. What are those issues which caused fellow Americans to believe they needed to overthrow their government? Those who believe the former president had no culpability should not be afraid of a commission that derives its power from both sides equally. I ask all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I yield back and thank you.
Chairwoman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the gentleman from New York for his work on this effort. I appreciate my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the intent of what we're trying to accomplish. Obviously, we're all very concerned and should be concerned about what occurred on January 6th. All of us who are here in the chamber, all of us who saw what unfolded. My concern, and the reason that I'm opposing this legislation, is that I believe we've got a significant amount of power with our existing structures in place, with the committees and oversight, judiciary and otherwise, and well as investigations going on underway by the Department of Justice, that we ought to be looking at that and using those powers to do what we can now to seek the truth wherever it may lead. I have questions right now about Department of Justice, where we've got 450 Americans who've been arrested. I don't know for how long. I don't know how many of them are in jail for what period of time. We're trying to look into that. I've sent letters to DOJ to get those answers. I wish the gentlelady who spoke, the chair of the Oversight Committee, would afford us the ability to call people forward from the Department of Justice. Let's inquire as to what's going on. Let's inquire about the investigations. Let's inquire about the facts that have been found. Let's use the powers that we have and the powers of this body and the committees we have to seek the information and the truth wherever it may lead. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
I want to thank Chairman Thompson for his leadership. And while the events of January 6th were devastating and will stain our country's history forever, I have no doubt that democracy will prevail. This nation has fought back against hatred, authoritarianism, and fascism since the very founding. Yes, I stand proudly today to ask for a January 6th commission so that we can develop a full public record that will let us know how we can avoid this in the future. We should all vote yes. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to take a few moments to address some of the arguments that have been made here today. And some arguments have been made in opposition to this bill. One of them is talking about the scope of the commission being too narrow. I want to note that the commission is granted sufficient scope and flexibility to investigate targeted violence and domestic terrorism relevant to the January 6th attack. It will be up to the commission to decide how far they want to go with that imprimatur. Do I feel that the attack on the Capitol on April 2nd that killed a Capitol police officer is relevant? I do. I hope the commission does too. Do I feel that the June 17th attack on Republican members of Congress relevant to the January 6th attack is relevant? I do, and I hope the commission does. They have the flexibility to do so if they want. If there are other issues outside of this scope, we can look into them. We can have separate legislation, and I encourage my colleagues who are concerned about that to do that. And another charge I heard was that the commission could be controlled by partisan staff hired unilaterally by the commission chair. That is simply not true. Here's what the bill does. It requires consultation between the chair, appointed by the Democrats, and the vice chair, appointed by the Republicans, for any hiring of staff, and further requires that it be in accordance with rules agreed upon by the commission. The commission creates the rules as a team. Then they hire as a team. And lastly, there's been some concerns or arguments made about the criminal investigations. Make no mistake about it. This commission has nothing to do with the criminal investigations. This commission, by law, cannot interfere with criminal investigations. Criminal investigations alone won't get us what we need, like the 9/11 Commission concluded. It won't get us the recommendations, the insight, the expertise from the people on the commission who can come in, look at this Capitol security matrix and say, this is what needs fixing. A prosecutor can't tell you that. The commission can. And that's what we want to do. Second, the bill specifically requires the commission to respect ongoing investigations and build upon the investigations, learn from them, and avoid unnecessary duplication. This language, in that respect, goes further than the 9/11 Commission and H.R. 275 in granting deference to other ongoing investigations. So I just want to make sure people are clear about that going forward. I also want to make sure that at this time, I know for the record that I've reserved the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ryan.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
I want to thank the gentleman from New York and the other Republicans who are supporting this and thank them for their bipartisanship. To the other 90% of our friends on the other side of the aisle, holy cow. Incoherence. No idea what you're talking about. Benghazi, you guys chased the former Secretary of State all over the country, spent millions of dollars. We have people scaling the Capitol, hitting the Capitol Police with lead pipes across the head, and we can't get bipartisanship. What else has to happen in this country? Cops. This is a slap in the face to every rank and file cop in the United States. If we're going to take on China, if we're going to rebuild the country, if we're going to reverse climate change, we need two political parties in this country that are both living in reality, and you ain't one of them. I yield back the balance of my time.
Back the balance of his time. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that we all take a deep breath right now. And everybody breathe for a minute. And everybody stop the theatrics. And everybody stop the arguments that are not relevant to this issue. This is a very solemn moment. We're here to talk about something that's very important to the entire of our government and the entire of our country. And I ask that we think about the officers and their families and conduct ourselves accordingly. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve. Mr. Speaker, I recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey for 30 minutes, Ms. Watson Coleman.
For 30 seconds. The gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. KATKO said I could have 5 more. I just want to say that January the 6th was a frightening experience. It was an assault upon the fundamentals of this government. It was an assault upon the place I thought I was going to be the safest I could possibly be. And we politicized this. This is an opportunity to bring this bipartisan commission into existence so that we can get out of the politics of it and look at the facts that happened, the evidence that happened, and the recommendations that will ensue from that effort. And so I wholeheartedly support this effort. I am grateful for the bipartisanship of it, and I pray that all of our colleagues will support this. I thank you, and I yield back.
Chairwoman yields back the balance of her time. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time we have?
The gentleman from New York has 9.5 minutes. The gentleman from Mississippi has 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is not about partisan politics. It's about finding the truth and addressing the vulnerabilities of our security apparatus so that we can emerge stronger and better prepared. The January 6th attack was a completely preventable failure of intelligence, information sharing, decision-making, and preparedness. And the Capitol Police and D.C. Police suffered greatly and continue to suffer as a result. The institutions of our democracy are and will continue to be a target for extremists set on using violence to further their ideology. And we in Congress owe it to this nation, to our constituents, and to the dedicated men and women who risk their lives every single day to protect those institutions. And I honor them. To see that we learn from those attacks, that we get answers to the hard questions, and that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Capitol Police Officers Brian Sicknick and Howard Liebengood, as well as D.C. Police Officer Jeffrey Smith, all lost their lives in the wake of the January 6th attack. Over 140 more law enforcement officers, 140, were injured as a result of that attack. Less than 4 months later, on April 2nd, Capitol Police Officer William Billy Evans was killed, and another officer was injured when yet another extremist attacked the Capitol. And of course, we can't forget the 2017 terrorist attack against Republican members of Congress during practice for the congressional baseball game. Were it not for the officers involved, there would be scores of dead congressmen. That's the plain truth. I acknowledge the heroic efforts of Capitol Police Officers David Bailey and Crystal Griner. We owe it to all of these officers and their families to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. This legislation is modeled directly on the legislation that created the 9/11 Commission. I sincerely believe that this commission, with strong support from this body, will embark on an objective, nonpartisan search for answers and solutions, just as the 9/11 Commission did. And again, I want to thank my friend, Chairman Thompson, for his partnership. I urge all of you in the body, all of you on both sides, not just my side or not just your side, all of us, to set aside politics just this once. Just this once. I beg you, and pass this bill. I was a prosecutor for 20 years prior to coming here in Congress. And many times we'd meet at 4:30 in the morning or 5 in the morning, and they would get ready to go out and do the raids and arrest very, very dangerous people. And I was always the last people to see them before they went out to get these awful, dangerous people off the street. Drug dealers, murderers, violent people. They did their job every day, and I was sending them into harm's way, and it always made my heart sink. Imagine being a family member of these officers who do this. So let's take a deep breath and think about what's really important here. These people every single day are willing to lay down their lives for us. They deserve better. And we're going to deliver this. And we're going to deliver it on behalf of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick. And we're going to deliver it on behalf of Capitol Police Officer Howard Liebengood. And we're going to deliver it on behalf of Capitol Police Officer William Billy Evans. And we're going to deliver it on behalf of D.C. Police Officer Jeffrey Smith. And we're going to deliver it on behalf of D.C. Officer Michael Fanone and so many others who struggled with the events of that day. And we do so on behalf of the people who risk their lives for us and continue, like Police Officer David Bailey and Capitol Police Officer Crystal Griner. I want these officers and their families to know that we are doing it not for us and not for politics. We are doing it for them. We're doing it for them. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of time. Gentleman from New York, Mr. KATKO. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me, at the outset, salute Mr. KATKO for his agreeing to work in a bipartisan manner so that we get this bill to the floor and adopt it today. Mr. Speaker, we're here today at a unique moment in American history. Trust in our government's ability to share information and coordinate at all levels to keep our democracy secure was severely shaken by the January 6th attack. We need a bipartisan commission with experts who put country ahead of party to come together just as the 9/11 Commission did to lay out the facts and propose solutions to make us more secure. When the chairman of the 9/11 Commission issued their final report, they concluded a message to the public. It asks that each of us remember how we felt on that day of the attack. It asks that we recall the grief and sorrow. This moment is no less historic, no less important, no less momentous, and it requires the same common action, both as Congress and as a country. And I too salute the brave men and women of the Capitol Police who put their lives on the line on January 6th, protecting this citadel of democracy. And it's in their spirit that I ask that you vote in support of this legislation. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time has expired pursuant to House Resolution 409. The previous question is order on the bill. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
To establish the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed without objection. Motion. Gentleman from New York.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and send to the desk House Resolution 414, directing the attending physician to provide updated mask-wearing guidance.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 414. Whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention issued a guidance on March 13, 2021, stating that Americans who are fully vaccinated against COVID-19 no longer need to wear masks indoors or outdoors in almost all scenarios. Whereas the 3 widely available vaccines against COVID-19 are highly effective. Whereas Dr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci, stated on May 16th that it is very unlikely that a vaccinated person, even if there's a breakthrough infection, would transmit it to someone else. Whereas those who are fully vaccinated are shown not to carry the viral load necessary to spread the virus and therefore do not pose a significant risk. Whereas those who have not yet received the vaccine pose no real threat to those who have been vaccinated. Whereas there may be members of the House of Representatives whose personal physician, for various reasons, may recommend that they do not receive the vaccine. Whereas those who want to continue wearing a mask or taking other forms of precaution may do so. Whereas members of the House of Representatives have a responsibility to send a message to the American people that we can trust the safety and efficacy of the available COVID-19 vaccines. Whereas the continued House mask mandate sends the erroneous message that the efficacy of the vaccines cannot be trusted. Whereas the continued House mask mandate is not based on the best available science and contrary to the latest CDC guidance, and is not in line with the protocols in place in the United States Senate and at the White House. And whereas the continued House mask mandate hinders the ability of the House to properly and effectively conduct the people's business, now therefore be it resolved that the attending physician, in consultation with the Director for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, should take timely action to provide updated mask-wearing guidance applicable to the Hall of the House of Representatives and committee meeting spaces for members and staff who are vaccinated against COVID-19, consistent with the public guidance released by the CDC on May 13, 2021.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Hoyer of Maryland moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion to lay the resolution on the table. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from California.
The yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Member represented by Representative Cardenas, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote yea on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maxine Waters will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote.
Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the motion to table. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on the motion to table.
Michigan? New Jersey. New Jersey? Oh, no, I'm sorry. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, as a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty, designated pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Joyce Beatty will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay on the motion to table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote nay on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on House Resolution 414.
Back. That's good. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the motion to table.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the motion to table.
What state is she from? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on the motion to table.
What? South Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson in South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the motion to table.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the motion to table.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to announce to the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the motion to table. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young from Alaska, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the motion to table.
Missouri. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote yes on the motion to table.
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 209. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the this vote.
Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 210. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 3233, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3233, a bill to establish the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vern Buchanan pursuant to House Rule 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on House Rule 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 3233. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona pursuant to H. Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on H.R. 3233. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Young from Alaska, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on final passage.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maxine Waters will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, excuse me, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lieu, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lieu will vote yes on H.R. 3233. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Joyce Beatty will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger votes aye on H.R. 3233.
On this vote, the yeas are 252, the nays are 175. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Sorry now? Take off my mask. The chair will announce that on roll call number 149, the following correction will be made. The gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, is recorded as voting aye, bringing the number of aye votes to 245. From Louisiana? House will be in order? Majority chart. House will be in order. Can I call him now? Okay. Sorry. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this somber occasion, we rise to honor the late Buddy Roemer. He was born in Shreveport, Louisiana in 1943. He was a Harvard-educated reformer with big ideas. He represented Louisiana's 4th Congressional District here in the House from 1981 to 1988. He served as the 52nd governor of Louisiana, and he was a former candidate for President of the United States. He passed away at the age of 77 on May 17, 2021. Please join us in a moment of silence in honor of his public service and his important contributions to Louisiana and our nation.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Where is she? It's this house will be in order. Thank you. This house will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the House for 1 minute and ask that my remarks be revised and extended into the record.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the injustice of poverty and low wealth. And let me just say, this pandemic has exposed the toll of longstanding interlocking inequities stemming from structural racism, poverty, economic inequality, ecological devastation, and many more systemic barriers keeping people living on the edge. Our country now stands at a tipping point. 140 million people are poor or one healthcare crisis, job loss, or emergency away from economic desperation. So we must prioritize their needs and allow them and give them the opportunities to live in dignity and with hope. We can realize a third Reconstruction to fully address poverty and low wages from the bottom up, from housing to health care, water, education, and more. We need a third Reconstruction to revive our moral and political commitments to democracy and the founding principles of this country. That's why Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal and I have worked with great leaders such as Bishop William Barber and Dr. Liz Theo Harris, co-chairs of the Poor People's Campaign, in a national moral call for a revival. Thank you. I urge my colleagues to co-sponsor our resolution, and I want to thank the millions of people whose voices we have heard.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you are recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to remember and honor Dr. Don Harp, who passed away on April 20th at the age of 82. Dr. Harp was born in Inman, Georgia, where he had a humble upbringing as a farmer. He went on to become a baseball star and student leader at Young Harris College and Huntington College. He was also dedicated in his pursuit of ministry, going on to earn a doctorate from the McCormick Theological Seminary in Chicago. Dr. Harp's accolades are impressive, but his greatest legacy is his gift of connecting with people. He could always find good in any situation and gave unselfishly to his alma mater and friends. As a husband, father, and grandfather, many say that his greatest love was his family, and those who knew him best know his greatest love was also the Lord. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor and privilege of serving with Dr. Harp on the Young Harris College Board of Trustees. Don Harp loved Young Harris College, and Young Harris College loves Don Harp. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and all those who knew him during this most difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Without objection, the gentlewoman, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and ask that my remarks be entered into the record. I forget what the last part of that is.
Well, without objection, you are recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mahatma Gandhi, a great leader on nonviolence, said that poverty is the worst form of violence. Let me be clear, we allow poverty when we take no action to eradicate it. 145 million Americans today live in poverty in the wealthiest country in the world. We allow poverty to continue when we approve bloated military spending, when structural racism is everywhere, when 55 of the largest corporations did not even pay $1 in taxes last year, when 32 million people don't get paid $15 an hour, and 87 million Americans remain uninsured or underinsured. Poor people in this country are suffering without the food they need to eat, without the wages they deserve, without the dignity that they have a right to. And we in Congress, Mr. Speaker, have the power to end poverty. We must act immediately with resolve, moral clarity, and with complete attention to the lives of poor people who demand to be seen and respected with our actions. And that is why I am so proud to co-introduce with Barbara Lee this bold and necessary resolution that commits Congress to eradicating poverty from the bottom up. Today we say to poor people, Mr. Speaker, we see you and we will eradicate poverty in our country with you. Thank you.
Your time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in memory of Charles Elson Buddy Romer III. He was born October the 4th, 1943, and died on May the 17th of this year. Just a couple of days ago, went home to his reward. He had a saying, Buddy did. He was a very nice guy. He said, I love Louisiana, but I hate Louisiana politics. Many of us can understand that remark. He was an American patriot, an investor, a banker. He served in this body, the House of Representatives from 1981 to 88. He was a 52nd governor of Louisiana from 88 to 92. He will be missed, remembered, loved, and respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to
Without
revise
objection,
and
you are
extend my
recognized
remarks.
for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we must act swiftly and with boldness to renew America's failing water systems. We know the heartache of failing water systems all too well. Lead, PFAS, disruptive water main breaks, and unaffordable bills. Yesterday, I introduced bold national drinking water legislation written with my friend and Energy and Commerce Committee Chair Frank Pallone to restore America's most critical infrastructure and one of our most basic responsibilities of government, our drinking water systems. The Aqua Act delivers on President Joe Biden's promise to remove every lead service line in the country, including removing lead from the drinking water systems of some 400,000 schools and child care centers. Our bill invests heavily in the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund to put resources in the hands of folks on the ground who know what their communities need. And it delivers a financial lifeline to local water systems in return for a multi-year commitment that they will not shut off anyone's water because of financial hardship during this devastating and prolonged pandemic. Let's rise to meet the moment. Let's do our jobs. Let's build back the right way so every American can use and trust the water coming out of our taps. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Your time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the rising rates of religious persecution around the world, where billions are persecuted for practicing their chosen faith. One of the tools we have to combat global religious injustice is the International Religious Freedom Office at the State Department. However, this office remains without leadership, and thus far, President Biden has neglected to appoint an ambassador at large for international religious freedom. That's why I led a bipartisan and bicameral letter to President Biden to take action and appoint an ambassador at large for religious freedom. Religious freedom is one of the most basic human rights, Mr. Speaker, yet religious persecution continues around the world in countries like Iran, Russia, China. President Biden must act now and nominate this ambassador and give the United States government a leading voice to combat this persecution and ensure a future where all mankind can freely practice their religion of choice without fear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and edit my remarks.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with my Asian American and Pacific Islander brothers and sisters. Asian Americans continue to experience violence, harassment, discrimination across our country. Our AAPI communities live in fear of being targets of deadly violence and racist slurs simply because of who they are. As we work to invest and rebuild our communities, we must make one thing clear. Hate and racism have no home here, not in our policies and not in our hearts. Yesterday, we passed the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act to send to the President's desk. Today, we passed a resolution condemning the horrific shooting at Atlanta. We are making progress, but we must never lose sight of the work that lies ahead to combat the hatred and violence against the AAPI community and to root out racism against our brothers and sisters. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks potentially.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a while back, I visited a small business called Craft Axe Throwing and Beer. You heard me correctly, Craft Axe Throwing and Beer. And what an interesting combination of activities, I thought. And I'd driven by it a number of times, but I stopped in one day. And seeing this team make a living, enjoying themselves, I thought to myself, that's what it's all about. Mr. Speaker, the main driver of new jobs in America is small business. And the good news is that unemployment has been on a steady downward trend. But now the hard news, the April jobs report, it was bad. And at the same time, small business owners report that they can't fill the job openings that they have. So why? Earlier necessary government assistance during the pandemic is now interfering with the successful transition back to meaningful work. A little good news, wages are going up. Let's let America run. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to encourage young people in my district to learn more about the opportunities offered by our U.S. service academies. One of the greatest honors of being a member of Congress is having the ability to nominate outstanding students for appointment to West Point, the Naval Academy, the Air Force Academy, and the Merchant Marine Academy. As high school students contemplate what they'll do after graduation, I encourage them to consider the benefits of attending one of our service academies, including the unique opportunities for leadership, the entry to a range of careers, and no cost to the student or their family. The process is competitive, so it's never too early to get started. To any students in Pennsylvania's 5th District who might be interested in attending a service academy, I encourage you to attend our next virtual information session hosted by my office on May 27th at 7 p.m. You can sign up at scanlon.house.gov. I look forward to nominating another amazing group of young leaders to the service academies this fall, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek time to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 10 days. For 10 days, moms, dads, and grandparents have been lying awake at night waiting for the inevitable warning calls of sirens to pick up their children and run to the nearest bomb shelter. No one should live in this type of fear. No one should live with the fear that missiles could rain down and destroy their homes and their lives at any moment. Yet this is the reality that many Israeli families are facing right now. For 10 days, Israel has been defending itself from attacks launched by Iranian-backed terrorists. And let's be clear, Israel has the right to defend herself and its homeland from terrorist attacks. Israel is one of the United States' greatest allies in the Middle East, and we cannot waver in our support of Israel during this challenging time. Today, I'm standing with the people of Israel, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. My hope is that peace and calm can quickly be restored in the region. But until that happens, we must continue standing in solidarity with the nation of Israel and its people. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you are recognized for 1 minute.
Over the last 5 years, we've seen a 40% increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes. Most are lone wolf, property crimes, late at night. But last night in Los Angeles, we saw something new: organized violence. A small caravan of SUVs waving Palestinian flags drove to a significantly Jewish neighborhood. Dozens of men wearing all black, faces covered, disembarked at a restaurant chanting, "Death to the Jews." They demanded that diners answer the question, "Are you Jewish?" And if they answered yes or they objected to the question, they were beaten, some sent to the hospital. Nearby, an Orthodox Jew dressed distinctively was chased down by a caravan waving Palestinian flags. He ran for his life, and thank God he found safety. The Los Angeles Police Department will investigate these hate crimes. But I also ask that those who criticize the Israeli government avoid rhetoric which will infuse these anti-Semites with the view that they are somehow part of the American mainstream.
Your time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express support for one of our most loyal allies, Israel. Unlike many of my colleagues across the aisle, I will not waver in my support for democracy, and I will not turn a blind eye to the ongoing terrorist attacks against the State of Israel. The simple fact is, Israel uses weapons to protect its citizens from terrorism, and Hamas uses its weapons with the goal of murdering civilians and annihilating the State of Israel as a whole. There is no moral equivalence between the two, and any attempt to make Israel out to be the aggressor is not rooted in fact. Israel has the right to defend itself as a sovereign country. In 2014, Congress unanimously passed a Democrat-led resolution condemning Hamas attacks on Israel after they had launched approximately 300 rockets. This time, Hamas has launched over 4,000 rockets into Israel in just 10 days. Yet it is clear to me that Democrats in this House would not support a similar resolution today. That is a sad and problematic shift. Congress must continue its support for U.S. aid to Israel, and Congress must confront terrorists and their backers like Iran. Thank you. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, according to recent data from my district, the #1 concern of my constituents is the Biden border crisis. Let me repeat that. The #1 concern of my constituents in North Carolina is the crisis at our southern border over 1,600 miles away. It is beyond clear that the response of the Biden administration has not simply been weak, it has also been counterproductive. Americans nationwide are sensing that what the international community has known for the past 6 months. Our leaders are not strong. Our border is open, and America is ripe for the taking. 1,500 illegal immigrants cross into our country daily without ever being tracked, according to border data. 2 Yemeni men on a terror watch list were just apprehended at the border, and this administration has turned a blind eye to one of our biggest national security crises in recent history. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed because it seems that the political maneuvering of one select class has co-opted the good of the people. What can we do as individual Americans in the face of such abject disregard for our well-being? We can speak out. With that, I yield back.
Your time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight Oklahoma's efforts to bolster its economy and get its citizens back to work. There's no doubt the pandemic caused not only illness, but major interruption in our daily lives. Millions became jobless through no fault of their own and had to rely on additional federal unemployment assistance to survive. But today, the situation has changed, Mr. Speaker. We have a rebounding economy, and over 158 million Americans have received at least 1 vaccine dose. With more than 8 million job openings nationwide, the time has come to encourage Americans to get back to work. The continued expansion of federal assistance is hampering this promising economic recovery across the country and in my home state of Oklahoma. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say Oklahoma is leading the country's economic recovery by providing $1,200 signing bonuses beginning in June for individuals who go back to work and stay employed for 6 continuous weeks. There are over 68,000 job postings in Oklahoma currently, with 7,500 in Oklahoma City alone. These are good-paying jobs across a variety of industries, including the energy and manufacturing sectors. Hundreds of employers are offering competitive wages and generous benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Your time has expired. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
For 1 minute.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very sad time in America. We have, for many reasons, as was discussed earlier today in debate, we used to have bipartisan agreements on things. One of those was when anti-Semitism was raising its ugly head. One party here on the floor still speaks up against, will vote against anti-Semitic statements and call them out for what they are, and another will not. I heard my friend across the aisle, Brad Sherman, just appropriately decrying the violence against anti-Jewish folks in California, this incident. Well, that surely could be something we could once again come back together in a bipartisan way and condemn the 40% rise in violence against anti-Semitism or Semitic people. It's time to come together on that. It will show the world. I yield back.
Your time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House and revise and extend for 1 minute.
You are recognized for 1 minute.
I thank you. In this short period of time, I offer several thoughts. First of all, we are stronger as a country when we stand up against hate at all times. Today, in a Judiciary Committee, we saw the results of hate now 100 years in the making, and that is the Tulsa race riots. The Tulsa race riots showed that attackers looted and intentionally burned an estimated 1,256 homes in Greenwood, America's Black Wall Street, along with nearly all of the district's churches, schools, and businesses. A testimony of yesteryear saw hundreds of men march through the main business section of Whitetown with their hats off, their hands up, and the brutality was unmentionable. Men, women, and children driven like cattle, huddled like horses, treated like beasts. Today we heard from Viola Fletcher, Hughes Van Ellis, and Leslie Benenfield Randall. 100 years, 107 years, and 106 years, we ask for justice for them. In addition, I want to take note that this is Asian American History Month, and to be able to say that we stand against the horrific shootings in Atlanta, Georgia on March 16, 2021, we have to stand against hate. I'm glad that we passed the bipartisan commission on January 6th to show that America is unified. Finally, some good news to my constituents. We'll be launching the child tax credit effort. We want you to get that child tax credit. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we begin this special order, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. During our time tonight, my colleagues and I will address 3 major crises happening here at home, happening close to home at our southern border, and happening to our closest ally in the Middle East, and that is Israel. Each of these issues that my colleagues will discuss tonight can and should be addressed in a bipartisan way. We should all want Americans to get back to work. We should all want to end the humanitarian crisis at our border, and we should all want to support one of our closest allies from terrorism. It's time for President Biden and our Democrat colleagues to work with Republicans to solve these problems for the American people and for our allies. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield to the first speaker, the gentleman from Tennessee's 6th District, Mr. Rose.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my steadfast support for the nation of Israel, our closest and greatest ally in the Middle East. Hamas, a designated terrorist organization, has been targeting civilians by firing thousands of rockets on Israeli cities. These attacks are both tragic and unacceptable, and Israel undeniably has the right to continue to defend itself. As Hamas continues these attacks, the United States must show its unwavering support for Israel, condemn this aggression by Hamas, and sanction those who fund terrorism, such as Iran. That is why I am a co-sponsor of the Palestinian International Terrorism Support Prevention Act, introduced by Representative Brian Mast. America does not tolerate those who fund terrorists, and this legislation would put in place sanctions on governments and individuals that do. The nation of Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and the relationship we share is indispensable. With the world watching, we must send a clear message to Hamas, Islamic jihadists, and those that fund them, that the United States stands with Israel. I unequivocally support our friend Israel and recognize its right to self-defense in the face of these horrific assaults by Hamas. I pray for peace in Jerusalem and for the safety of all Israelis, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for those remarks on Israel. We do stand strong with them, And, Mr. Speaker, I would yield next to the gentleman from Arkansas's 2nd District, Mr. Hill.
I thank my friend from Louisiana for the time, and I commend him for bringing our members to the floor tonight to talk about something that is so essential to American life: our careers, our work, our independence, our ability to pursue happiness. And this pandemic has thrown many off track for that. And it's House Republicans that want to make sure we pursue policies that get people back to work, back to opportunity, back to independence. Our small businesses in my home state of Arkansas and our local economies across our country are recovering from the devastation of the pandemic. They now face a threat that's resulted from President Biden and House Democrats' inflated and fiscally irresponsible approach to unemployment benefits. The Wall Street Journal reports there are over 8 million job openings, Mr. Speaker, in the United States right now, almost more jobs open than every person currently out of work. Instead of encouraging these positions to be filled, my friends on the other side of the aisle has disincentivized going back to work and have made these benefits so appealing that it's disrupted labor markets across the country, particularly in Arkansas, particularly lower income labor markets. Medicaid workers, small businesses, restaurants all tell me that this is creating problems for them. It's hurt states so much that a handful of individual states are now rejecting participating in federal unemployment benefits. This is not the direction we need to go, and it does not take an economist to understand this is not a permanent solution. We cannot keep tying policies back to a once-in-a-century pandemic that will systematically change our country forever. The solution is simple, and it's what House Republicans are advocating and have been advocating for months. We need policies that encourage Americans to get back to work, not policies that encourage reliance on the federal government. I thank my friend from Louisiana, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, my friend. And from Arkansas, we yield next to the gentlelady from Illinois' 15th District, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Congressman Johnson, for hosting this special order on so many important issues that our country is facing. I stand for peace, and a lasting one. Side by side, the American and Israeli people have stood for freedom and democracy in the face of authoritarian aggression. Side by side, the American and Israeli people have stood for justice with restraint in the face of reckless violence. Side by side, the American and Israeli people have stood for peace through self-defense in the face of terrorism. President Trump was working with various Islamic nation states in the Middle East to adopt the Abraham Accords in order to foster better diplomatic relations with the nation of Israel. Unfortunately, Joe Biden has brought this peace process to a screeching halt. We know Hamas is a terrorist organization and they are funded by Iran. The Biden administration continues to negotiate with Iran to get them back in the Iran deal. Iran is a funder of terrorists, and the Iran deal would make it easier for them to commit and fund terror. Iran has provided money to Hamas and other Palestinian terrorist organizations. These groups' intention is to destroy Israel and the Jewish state. The ongoing rocket attacks against Israeli civilians show why America must act immediately to support Israel, condemn Hamas, and sanction those who fund terrorism. My family and I will continue to pray for the peace and safety and for the people of Israel as it combats terrorism. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller, and we are admonished, even by Scripture, to pray for the peace of Israel, and we will. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield now to the gentlelady from Minnesota's 7th District, Ms. Fishback.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague from Louisiana for organizing the special order this evening. And Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight in solidarity with the state of Israel. As the only democracy in the Middle East, Israel is among our greatest allies and friends. Since the beginning, Israel has had two goals: to live as a Jewish state and to do so in peace. This was true at its founding, and it remains true today. But just as it's been throughout history, Israel again finds itself under attack, this time by Hamas terrorists who, with the help of Iran, are bent on destroying the only Jewish state in the world. Does Israel not have a right to defend itself? Make no mistake, Hamas is not interested in peace. They want to destroy Israel and its people, and are willing to use women, children, and journalists as human shields to do so. Some, including members of this body, have taken to propaganda to paint Israel as the aggressor, but that has nothing more than cheap gaslighting. Israel is not now, nor have they ever been, an aggressor state. Its only actions have been in its own defense. There is simply no moral equivalence between a nation defending itself and those who will use terrorism to annihilate the Jewish people. In fact, defeating this terrorism is a prerequisite for peace. Mr. Speaker, these ongoing attacks are exactly why the United States must stand with our Israel allies, condemn Hamas terrorists, and sanction those who provide them support. I call on members of all of this distinguished body to continue our long history of support for our Israeli allies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Minnesota, and from there, Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman, the former sheriff from Texas 22, Mr. Nels.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 2 minutes. Good enough. It's time to get Americans back to work. The vaccine is available for all, cases are down across the country, and businesses have openings they need to fill. Using COVID as an excuse to stay home and collect unemployment insurance is not healthy for our economy or workers. We should be encouraging folks to take control of their lives and get back to work. But the multi-trillion-dollar proposals out of the Biden administration and the continued COVID federal unemployment insurance payments of $300 per week are encouraging folks to stay home. We just saw the Democrats and the Biden administration deliver 266,000 new jobs in the month of May, when the Dow Jones predicted 1 million jobs would be added. Why this incredible underachievement? Because the policies of the Democrats and the Biden administration are failing our economy, failing our business owners, and failing the American people. Gas prices are skyrocketing across the country. The per-pound cost of copper is more than double what it was just 12 months ago, and the price of homes is rising. The annual inflation rate is triple what it was in 2020, and the highest it's been in over a decade. These are the consequences of spending trillions of dollars on COVID relief and continuing to pay people not to work. The swamp continues to waste taxpayer dollars on failed policies they say we can fix by continuing to spend trillions more. When is enough enough? When are we going to let the free market flourish? That's the path back to our historic economy pre-COVID. And the sooner we decide to get back to lower taxes, less regulation, and more economic freedom, the quicker we can get the American people back to work and economy back to health. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Texas, and we'll move now to the great state of Florida, the 26th District, represented by Mr. Jimenez, and I yield to him next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one thing has been made absolutely clear in last month's abysmal jobs report. More government spending, bigger mandates and regulations, incentivizing people to stay on unemployment, punishing states who encourage small mom and pops to reopen is not the way to build back better. It's time for us to pursue policies that put Americans back to work. All the so-called experts and the economic forecasters wanted to believe so hard that the massive $1.9 trillion spending package that the Speaker and President Biden rammed through Congress was going to be the answer. But the truth always prevails. That's why, for the first time in Congress, Democrats actually joined Republicans on a major piece of legislation in voting against that sham of a bill, but it passed anyway. When Republicans stood up on this floor to explain line item by line item what was wrong with that bill and why this was the wrong approach, we got attacked by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle for everything imaginable. But once again, we were proven right. Speaker and President Biden were proven wrong. Now, they're wanting to do this all over again with infrastructure. The current infrastructure proposal being put forward not only adds trillions of dollars in spending on top of the $1.9 trillion Congress has already approved to be spent in the previous spending spree, but now the solution is paying for it by raising taxes. And once again, the American people are being lied to about who is actually going to be affected by those tax hikes. The spin masters are trying to paint a picture that equates the big evil word corporation as big box players and tech behemoths such as Amazon, Netflix, and Facebook. But here's the truth. The term corporation is really only a tax designation for business entity. Corporations include your local mom and pop restaurant. It includes the local corner street pharmacy. It includes the farms that supply the local farmers markets. It's the local fisherman, the family-run dance studio, the store that sells football uniforms to the local high school team, the music instructor helping prepare kids for the next concert, and the guy who scraped together his earnings and started a plumbing business. While the progressive left wants to take swipes at major billionaire companies through extreme taxation, they're bringing all of us along with them. We're all going to be paying more. At a time where our economy is continuing to rebound from the COVID-19 pandemic, we should be encouraging small businesses to reopen, rehire workers, and spur our local economies, not punishing them with more taxes and more regulations. America's small businesses and our middle-class workers deserve much better than this. I know we can and will do better if my colleagues across the aisle choose to work with us in earnest. Let's stop this political grandstanding from the majority and get to work. Republicans are waiting, and we are willing. Thank you.
Thank my friend from Florida. There are three major crises we're talking about tonight. Again, the economic crisis here at home, the crises happening close to home at our southern border, and what's happening to our closest ally in the Middle East, Israel. I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from Pennsylvania's 12th District, Mr. Keller.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. The current economic crisis facing our nation is troubling but not surprising. Skyrocketing inflation, rising gas prices, and growing unemployment are the results of a White House that fundamentally believes more government is the solution. To be clear, President Biden's massive tax and spend policies constitute a losing formula which will drag our nation deeper into debt and government dependency. The April jobs report is a testament to this. A record 8 million jobs are available. However, only 266,000 were filled last month because Biden is promoting government control rather than the sustainable income of a job. Job creators across Pennsylvania in the hospitality, energy, manufacturing, agriculture, and many other industries say the same thing. They are struggling to find workers. Biden's policies are detrimental to our economic recovery and are the last thing America needs. Even more frustrating, the solution to get us back on track has been present all along. Reopen the economy, stop piling debt on our children, and get Americans back to work. It's time that President Biden recognizes that big government is the problem, and only the ingenuity and resilience of the American people will lead us to prosperity. Now more than ever, our government needs to get out of the way and allow Americans to reclaim control of their lives and their government. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and we move from Pennsylvania's 12th District to Georgia's 12th District. Delighted to yield time to my good friend, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and thank you for holding this special order this evening. You know, thanks to the success of Operation Warp Speed, we've been able to get millions of Americans vaccinated. Georgia has led the nation in COVID-19 economic recovery, and I'm proud to say that Georgia's economy has reached pre-pandemic levels. And now that the CDC has rolled back mask recommendations, we're finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. But there's a lot of work to be done to get this great American economy the greatest economy in the world, growing again. And unfortunately, the Biden administration is asleep at the wheel when it comes to what needs to be done to spur economic growth. As of March, U.S. job makers reported 8.1 million available jobs, a record high. But I'm hearing from small businesses that they can't get their employees to go back to work. And that's because President Biden and congressional Democrats are paying people more money to stay home than to go to work. I'm grateful that starting next month, our governor, Governor Kemp, is ending the extra $300 in federal weekly jobless payments. It's time for all states to opt out of this federal jobless supplement and quit wasting taxpayers' money. Let's get Americans back to work and focus on rebuilding our economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, and I'm delighted next to yield to a gentleman who knows quite a bit about handling crisis. This is the highest-ranking military officer ever elected to the United States Congress, my friend Mr. Bergman from Michigan.
Well, I'd like to thank my not only friend and colleague, but not well enough acknowledged as the largely singular author of the Commitment to Civility by the bipartisan freshman classes in 2017. That document, unfortunately, is too well hidden, and I want to thank you again for all the work you did, because you laid it out, and it's more applicable today than it was back 4.5 years ago. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my support for getting America back to work. And that support, if I spoke as loud as the support that I gave, you'd probably have to tone down the microphone system. As we look towards the future and to getting our economy back on track, I'm increasingly concerned with the federal government's indiscriminate, uncalculated interference. In April, we saw the unemployment rate increase to 6.1% at a time when you have more help wanted signs out than you could imagine. And frankly, as I drive across my district in the beautiful part of northern Michigan that summer has now just about thought about arriving, and I see all those help wanted signs hanging in the windows of countless small businesses, that number unfortunately comes as no surprise given the current administration's policies. We in Congress should be thoroughly angered that with so many businesses looking for help, we instead advance policies that encourage people to stay unemployed. The expanded unemployment benefits served a positive and caring purpose when businesses were being forced to close in response to the pandemic a year ago. However, as more Americans get vaccinated and we return to a more normal life, the need is not the same as it was in March of 2020. Instead, the extra $300 a week President Biden and the Democrats gave in their latest relief bill to those who stay unemployed does little but distort the job market, disrupt our supply chains, and encourage many to simply stay home instead of finding a job. Meanwhile, the backbone of our economy, small businesses across the country, are struggling to find enough workers despite offering competitive wages, benefits, and in many cases, hiring bonuses. To start addressing this problem, states like Michigan should immediately end their participation in the Enhanced Supplemental Unemployment Program. The only way for us as a country to fully recover from this pandemic is by having the federal government stop sabotaging our economy and instead encourage Americans to get back to work. The dignity of work, of a job well done, cannot be underestimated when it comes to bolstering our citizens with a sense of faith in the future and faith in our country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, General Bergman. And from there, we go to Tennessee's 8th District. Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and like to recognize my friend and colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, a great leader, and I thank him for organizing this evening. Mr. Speaker, I want to address two different fronts about President Biden's policies, both of which are failing the American people. The April jobs report showed that the economy added less than 270,000 new jobs. That's disappointing, and it was an underperformance from the 1 million jobs that economists expected. Now, it really should be no surprise to anyone because the enhanced unemployment benefits that were approved by Congress against all of our objections under President Biden's initiative, it's truly disincentivized people from going back to work. And then on the second front, we've seen over the past week or so Hamas continue to launch thousands of rockets at Israel, aiming to kill as many innocent lives as possible. Let me be clear. I strongly condemn these attacks. Everybody on this side of the aisle strongly condemns those attacks, and we fully support Israel's unequivocal right to defend herself and her citizens. Yet President Biden has taken a weak approach, demonstrating to terrorist organizations that his administration won't stand up for one of our greatest nations, greatest friends, and greatest ally, and that's Israel. America's support of our strongest ally in the Middle East, it should never be quiet. That sends a terrible message to the rest of the world. Ultimately, we need a government that is more efficient, more effective, and accountable. We need to get people back to work. We must reopen our economy, lower taxes, and get our children back in school. And lastly, we've got to show the rest of the world that our support for Israel will never waver, that we stand strong in defending the Jewish state together as one. You know, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu once said, and I'll paraphrase, if Arabs put down their weapons today, there would be no more violence. If the Jews put down their weapons today, there would be no Israel. I think that pretty much sums it up. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
That does sum it up. That's a very real crisis that we face. Mr. Speaker, I yield next to the gentleman from my neighboring district over in Texas, the 1st District, Mr. Gohmert.
Thank you. Here's an article by Tristan Justice. April job numbers are so bad, CNBC thought it was a typo. Another article, new stimulus package, unemployment benefits, $300 per week extended until September. America's vanishing workforce, article by Megan Casella and Rebecca Rainey. And this from the Hill, it's time for states to take the lead in getting Americans back to work, by Anthony Hughes. Why is that? It's because we have an administration that is doing everything it can in conjunction with the Democrats in Congress to keep people from going back to work. Now, when I was between my sophomore and junior year at Texas A&M, I was accepted on an exchange program for the summer to the Soviet Union. And at one point, being out at a collective farm many miles outside of Kiev, I couldn't tell what was cultivated and what wasn't. It looked brown, it didn't look good. But all the farmers in the middle of the morning, 10:30, they're sitting out under a tree in the shade, and they're visiting, and I tried to have a smile and use my best Russian, and I asked, you know, when do you work out in the field? Because I'd stood there for a while, and they all laughed, and I thought maybe I didn't say it right in Russian. And finally, one of them said, I make the same number of rubles if I'm out there in the sun as I do in the shade, so I stay in the shade. I got a message from one of my friends, lady that says, her yard guy says he can't get people to come back to work. He's got 125 yards. And her hairdresser's kids, they're not working, all because of this big bonus if you don't work. It's time to get people back to work. having them earn their money, America will be better for it. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Texas, and honored to yield to our newly elected conference chairwoman, Elise Stefanik of New York.
Thank you. Americans across this country are facing crisis after crisis. Just think, in just over a year ago, in early 2020, our economy was booming, our standing in the world was strong, we had just rebuilt our nation's military, and our communities and families were thriving. Here we are, a little over 1 year later, in just over 100 days, President Biden and Speaker Pelosi have dismantled that foundation, and the American people are paying the price. Americans are suffering under 4 crises from the far-left radical socialist policies of President Biden and Speaker Pelosi. First, American families are facing an economic crisis fueled by trillions of dollars in uncontrolled spending, rampant inflation, and unemployment benefits that incentivize workers to stay home while businesses are desperate to hire employees. We just experienced one of the worst jobs reports in over 20 years, with unemployment rising, cost of living increasing every single day, and small businesses unable to hire. This impacts every hardworking American family, and it is a crisis with no end in sight except the trillions and trillions of dollars in new taxes proposed by President Biden and Speaker Pelosi. Second, American families are facing an energy crisis. This is the first time my generation is experiencing widespread gas lines and stations with no gas. If we do find gas, Americans are paying more at the pump than they have in 7 years. This is unacceptable, and it is unaffordable for every American family. Third, President Biden and Speaker Pelosi have single-handedly created a historic border crisis, leading to rampant human trafficking, an influx of criminals and dangerous drugs like fentanyl rushing across the border. And make no mistake, this does not just affect our border states along the southern border. Every state in this country is a border state, and every city is a border city experiencing the consequences of this border crisis. Fourth, the world is watching in horror as we are facing a national security crisis in the Middle East and resurgent Russia and China. Israel is under attack by Iranian-backed terrorists, and our radical socialist Democrat colleagues across the aisle cannot decide whose side they are on. Let me be clear, my colleagues, the Republicans, we stand with Israel. More importantly, the American people stand with Israel. And these 4 crises are impacting every American family across this nation. In my district, in New York's 21st district, small businesses have more help wanted signs than they have workers. Restaurants like Ted's Fish Fry in upstate New York have been forced to close 1 day a week, just as we're heading into summer, because they are unable to hire workers. Families are bearing the brunt of the abrupt tax hikes caused by skyrocketing gas prices. Border Patrol agents that should be securing our northern border have been sent to the southern border, leaving hundreds of miles of border in my district exposed to drug traffickers and criminals. And people are struggling to grasp the unthinkable. How was the Biden administration negotiating with Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terror, who has targeted our friends, neighbors, and the soldiers of the 10th Mountain Division in my home district? Republicans and the American people are united in rallying against this destructive, radical far-left policies of Biden and Pelosi, causing crisis after crisis in our country every day. We will continue to stand strongly with American workers, American families, small businesses, as well as our allies around the world. And we will fight back against these policies that have led to the devastation and destruction across this country. With that, I yield back.
I thank our conference chair from the great state of New York, and we'll go across the country to the other coast, the state of California, the 25th District, represented by Mr. Garcia. I'm delighted to yield to him now.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in direct support of our most critical ally, Israel. Rarely in history has the strategic alliance between two nations been more meaningful and necessary to the pursuit of worldwide stability than the modern partnership between the United States and Israel. I believe the recipe for a lasting relationship between our two nations and achieving stability in the region in pursuit of peace is comprised of the following key tenets. Number one, maximum foreign military funds from the U.S. to Israel with a focus on providing Israel a qualitative military edge. Number two, an undivided Jerusalem as a capital of Israel. Number three, the Golan Heights must remain under the control of Israel. Number four, the worldwide elimination of boycott, divestment, and sanctions against Israel and Jewish communities and Jewish communities here in the U.S. Such practices are blatantly anti-Semitic. Number five, prosecution of and defense against mutual threats to Israel and the United States. Any threat to Israel should be treated as a threat to the United States. Number six, we cannot allow a nuclear-capable Iran, and we should not re-enter the JCPOA nuclear deal. Mr. Speaker, I've seen war firsthand. War is an ugly thing, but failing to unequivocally support an ally as critical as Israel in pursuit of worldwide stability is the ugliest of things, especially at a time like this when stability worldwide is eroding in front of us. I urge Congress and this administration to fully support Israel. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank my friend from California. Move to the great state of Texas next, the 36th District, represented by Mr. Babin. I yield to him.
Thank you to my good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson. I come to the floor today with one clear message for the American people. Bad policies have bad consequences. Not that many weeks ago, we had a thriving and stable economy. We were energy independent. We were a sovereign nation with a secure border. Now, roughly 100 days into Joe Biden's presidency, we are living in what feels like the twilight zone with gas shortages, 2008 levels of inflation, rampant and out-of-control spending, high unemployment rates, destruction in the Middle East, political correctness and wokeness winning the war on common sense, and worst of all, a massive border crisis. These things didn't just happen, folks. They are the direct result of the left's conscious policy decisions, or rather delusions, and is this the America they really wanted? Unfortunately, the mainstream media wants to distract you from the colossal failures of America's weakest president and his administration. In fact, the liberal media dedicated approximately 0 minutes of airtime to the April illegal border crossing numbers, which were the worst in our nation's history. But I'm here to tell you the truth. Biden's foolhardy policies have created a disaster on America's southern border. He has failed us. He has failed you and your family. And most importantly, he has failed to maintain the sovereignty of our beloved nation. We cannot begin to comprehend the lasting impact that Biden's border crisis will have on the sanctity and the security of this nation. And as I wade through the anarchic waters of living in Joe Biden and the Democrat America, I am reminded of the words of Alexander the Great when he said, "I'm not afraid of an army of lions led by sheep. I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion." My friends, leadership is everything. And sadly, right now, our country is in desperate need of a real leader. With that, I yield back.
Thank my friend for that great reminder, and yield next the gentleman from Georgia's 10th District, Mr. Heiss.
I thank my friend for yielding his time. We were all seeing gas prices soar 35% since January, since this administration took office. Whereas what this administration inherited under President Trump was low and affordable energy costs, and our nation had actually achieved energy independence. There were record low unemployment numbers across all demographics, and prior to COVID, the average hourly wage earnings rose at the fastest rate in decades. So what's changed? Well, what's changed is a reversal of those policies that work. Unfortunately, President Biden has proved that he is far more concerned with appeasing the fringe left-wing environmentalist extremists in his party than he is in helping the average American by lowering energy costs and creating good-paying jobs. And so with prices continuing to soar and massive labor shortages, it only makes sense that we should be doing the right kinds of things to get people back to work. And make no mistake, Biden's reckless energy policies have consequences. I know I hear all the time from veterans in my district who literally are having to make the choice between driving 45 plus miles to a veterans clinic or trying to have enough money to survive. However, on day one, President Biden celebrated the canceling of the Keystone Pipeline and eliminated tens of thousands of jobs and millions of dollars for our economy, and yet yesterday the Biden administration gave the green light to finishing Russia's pipeline going down to Germany. This is the height of hypocrisy. Are you kidding me? That we're going to not allow our own country to have a pipeline, but we're going to approve it for Russia? That pipeline with Russia is literally going to give billions of revenue to the Putin regime, and the completion thereof is going to cause our allies in Europe to have to rely more heavily on Russian oil. We are the ones who ought to be selling American oil to Europe, not enabling their reliance upon the Kremlin. Under President Trump, we had a policy where America was first. It appears under this current administration that America is last. And I just repeat this. This is what we have. Under President Biden, sanctions against Russia are canceled, and they build a pipeline. Under President Biden, he cripples our own economy by canceling Keystone. It's time for us to get back to work. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Georgia. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains on the clock? 20 and a half?
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania's 15th District.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for his leadership tonight and for hosting this special orders. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because it is time to get Americans back to work. At the beginning of the pandemic, industries of all types were desperately trying to keep their doors open, and thousands of Americans lost their jobs. Since then, Congress has passed measures aimed to aid individuals and businesses, including 5 bipartisan relief bills, which I supported. Today, we are starting to return to normal. Businesses across the country are opening their doors to pre-COVID operation levels. However, these industries are facing a new challenge, getting qualified employees to return to work. This is abundantly apparent in my district. The number one need of businesses, both manufacturing and service industries, is a qualified and trained workers. This past April, Clarion County held their annual career fair. Employers from numerous sectors gathered and hoped to find employees of all skills level, great paying, family sustaining jobs available. Sadly, the career fair lacked individuals ready to rejoin the workforce. Stories like this are unfortunately not unique. Right now, there are more job openings in the United States than at any point in our nation's history. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to return to normal and more restrictions are lifted, we must continue to follow the science and encourage Americans to re-enter the workforce. It is time to fully reopen America for business and put Americans back to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from Tennessee's 2nd District, my good friend, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, for yielding. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you as masterful use of the gavel earlier today, I was noticing. Joe Biden says America's on the move again. But to me, folks, it looks like America is still at home. A record 8 million job openings in America right now. 8 million folks. That is the population of the great state of Tennessee, where I come from. We are hurting small business recovery and the economic growth. We've got to get our country back to work, Mr. Speaker. Joe Biden and the Democrat policies are not helping our recovery. The $15 minimum wage makes it harder on the very small businesses, and the McDonald's in the district that I represent now are starting folks off at $15 an hour, and some offering health benefits as well. Bonus unemployment benefits that we're paying Americans to stay at home, it just is not working. The job-killing regulations that are directed at industries like our energy sector as well. The Green New Deal and more of this push to the left is only hurting us further. Worst of all, we're pushing tax increases during an economic recovery. Totally backwards, Mr. Speaker, and this is keeping Americans dependent on big government, which I'm not so certain is not the ultimate goal. Instead, we need to be encouraging the private sector to invest in recovery areas. My Opportunity Zones Extension Act does just that. It gives investors more time to use the highly successful Opportunity Zones program. Opportunity zones are in areas that are hit hardest by COVID economic fallout. And these opportunity zones represent areas such as our rural areas and our inner cities, areas which I am proud to represent both of. Our opportunity zones were responsible for $52 billion, Mr. Speaker, in new investment and 500,000 new jobs in our underserved areas before COVID hit. This bill renews investment in these communities, it spurs economic growth, it attracts business, and it's creating good-paying jobs. A much better alternative than the federal government handouts being pushed by many of my colleagues across the aisle. I'd be happy to discuss my bill further with anyone who is interested. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for yielding to me, and I appreciate you for organizing this event, brother.
Well, thank you, my friend, and those are important comments, and we'll get an additional set of important comments from North Carolina's 9th District, my good friend, Mr. Bishop.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. Just like that, America faces 4 simultaneous crises: loss of control of the border, energy supply disruption, a sudden spurt of stagflation, and 4, a key ally under assault. Why is all this happening at once on the eve of the 4-month anniversary of Inauguration Day? Because a weak president signals a weak America. The president sets the tone, and today it's very different than the previous 4 years. On the world stage, our adversaries are newly emboldened and our allies more vulnerable. After several years of creative Trump peace deals, Israel is already under attack. Is that a coincidence? No. Hamas and other terrorists knew that with Trump there would be consequences. They know with Biden there will be none. At our southern border, we have plateaued at a 20-year high for illegal border crossings. It's not slowing down. The word is out. You can cross without consequences. In fact, Biden and his allies think progress is expanding the throughput. Americans are also now experiencing gas shortage, last seen with Jimmy Carter. Even before the price at the pump skyrocketed. Why? Because this president doesn't value or fight for American energy independence like the last one. Instead, he cancels our pipelines and green lights Russia's. Now, families have new worries about their fuel budgets while being lectured to by this administration on leftist green energy fiascos. Perhaps most pressing of all, our economy is not recovering as it should, while all the warning signs of inflation grow stronger. Practically every day, I hear the same thing from North Carolina small businesses that they cannot find workers. And after that last pathetic jobs report, it's clear that this isn't isolated to any home state. Biden isn't fighting for jobs. He's paying more to not have one. What we're seeing across the board is trickle-down weakness. And the adverse effects are clear. For the first time in 4 years, America has a president who backs down without a fight, and it's costing us. Biden is nowhere to be found on the issues that matter. In his absence, Republicans will keep fighting for the American people. I yield back.
We will keep fighting indeed. Thank you for those comments. I yield next to the gentleman from my neighboring district in South Louisiana, Louisiana's 3rd District, Mr. Higgins.
I thank my friend and colleague. Mr. Speaker, Americans are bewildered about what's happening in our nation today. Americans that actually work have deep concerns about the future of our country. It's incredible to observe from my perspective as a humble constitutionalist servant within this august body exactly what's going on with my colleagues across the aisle and our newly inaugurated executive branch. We have moved from policies out of our executive that put America first to policies out of the President's administration to put America last. We're facing $31 trillion in debt. Let me help my American brothers and sisters that work very hard to earn their living and have portions of their income seized and sent to Washington, D.C. Let me help them get their head wrapped around $31 trillion in debt. If this body, which is responsible constitutionally for all federal spending, were to run a $1 billion surplus in a fiscal year, meaning we spent $1 billion less in federal expenditures than we took in federal revenue, $1 billion, it would require 31,000 years of a $1 billion surplus to address a $31 trillion debt, because a trillion is 1,000 billion and a billion is 1,000 million. It's insane what's being presented as fiscal responsibility out of the Biden administration's White House in their budget request. President Biden shut down the Keystone Pipeline, killed thousands of American jobs overnight with the stroke of his pen on his first day in office, and now has approved support for a Russian pipeline where, under the guise of ecological concern, is why he shut down Keystone, is done incredibly clean in America. The oil and gas industry, energy industry in America is the cleanest in the world. We're going to shut down an American pipeline and approve and authorize a Russian pipeline. It's absurd the direction we're going in. Our border crisis, my sources, which are accurate, we've had at least 700 to 800,000 illegal crossings this year. Our vice president allegedly has been put in charge of handling the border. She can't find her way to South Texas. We should send a map to the White House. Israel, could you imagine what our response should be as a nation if we received 6,000 to 8,000 rockets fired at our citizens? We should be standing unwavering beside our ally, Israel. A nation that stands against Israel stands against itself. I thank the Speaker for allowing me to address the House, and I thank my colleague for holding this important special order this evening. I yield the balance of my time.
I thank my good friend, and I yield next to a gentleman from the great state of Texas who knows something about all this, Mr. Cloud, Texas 27th District.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today our prayers are with our faithful friend and ally Israel. The country is under attack by Hamas, a terrorist organization that will stop at nothing to kill and destroy. The world is watching and hoping that Iran-backed Hamas and the Palestinian Liberation Organization will cease their destructive and reckless attacks on Israel. Recently, pre-COVID, I had an opportunity to visit Israel and spoke with one mom who talked about the horrific decision they're faced with at times when the alarm goes off, when the missiles are coming in Israel. They know they have about 13 seconds to make it to a shelter, and they're faced with the decision of which child on the playground do you take with you. This has got to stop. Israel's actions are a clear example of a nation committed to the duty and responsibility of protecting their citizens. We know that Israel will continue to need our support even after this attack subsides. While other nations fueled by anti-Semitism act to boycott, divest, and sanction Israel, U.S. hopes for prosperity and flourishing for the Israeli people. As such, we support continued economic cooperation and bold security assistance that benefits Israelis and Americans alike. We applaud and stand by the accomplishments of the Trump administration to improve peace in the Middle East. We recognize Jerusalem as the true capital of Israel. We affirm Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. We celebrate the historic Abraham Accords, reestablishing diplomatic ties between Israel and their regional neighbors. And we oppose efforts within the UN to undermine Israel on the global stage. We also oppose the Iran nuclear ambitions and call for the United States to withdraw from the Iran deal. While the Washington left remains weak on Israel, the American people stand strongly in support of the Israeli people. It's time for Democrats to reject the extreme left, anti-American, anti-Israel, pro-Marxist agenda. They need to work with Republicans to pass a bill that provides security aid to the Israeli government. Thank you. Now yield back.
I thank my friend from Texas and yield next, Mr. Speaker, to the gentleman from Alabama's 2nd District, Mr. Moore.
Thank you to my friend, Representative Johnson. Mr. Speaker, in the last few days, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad have fired 4,000 rockets targeting millions of Israeli civilians across the country. Thanks to Israel's Iron Dome, many of these rockets have been intercepted, saving thousands of lives. The Iron Dome is a byproduct of bipartisan support from Congress that provides critical missile defense and cooperation. Tragically, not all these rockets have been intercepted, resulting in senseless deaths of many innocent civilians, women and children among them. These terrorist attacks against our strongest ally must stop, and the Palestinian leaders have a responsibility to do what they can to stop it. I commend my colleagues and our government leaders from both sides of the aisle who have condemned this violence, telling the world and our mutual enemies that America stands strong with Israel. To those who blame Israel and accuse them of terrorism, I'll say what I've always told my children. Don't be the first ones to start a fight, but you must be willing to finish it. Israel has a right to defend their citizens and their nation's sovereignty. The Lord told Abraham, he said, I will make you a great nation, and I will bless them that bless thee, and I will curse them that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. I am proud to stand firm with Israel. Pray for peace for Jerusalem. May thou be secure who love you. Psalms 122:6.
Amen to that. I appreciate my friend and those great comments. And I yield next, the gentleman from the great state of Wisconsin, the 6th District there, with more thoughts about this crisis over Israel. Mr. Grothman.
Thank you.
A tragedy is going on in Israel. Over 4,000 rockets have been shot from Gaza and a handful from Lebanon. 12 Israelis and about 200 Gazans have died. This is entirely unprovoked on Israel's part. It may have something to do with a future election on the West Bank. Iran is showing support for Hamas and has given them financial aid, so they are partly responsible. Gaza, of course, could be a livable modern country. It used to be a vacation destination, and prior to 2005, when Israel turned it over, there were greenhouses for an agriculture sector. It's their own fault by collectively electing a government which not only declares a unilateral war, but uses residential and commercial facilities as military locations, guaranteeing deaths of civilians, including children. Israel is a strong country, and of course they will not be defeated militarily. There is a danger, however. As explained by James Burnham in his book Suicide of the West, now over 50 years old, a decadent West may blame themselves for the corruption and lack of caring for human life in Gaza. Some members of this body are already doing this. The United States and Israel must not shirk from our responsibilities as moral leaders of the world. We support Israel in defending themselves from the attacks of the morally bankrupt government in Gaza. We encourage them to continue this fight for as long as necessary to make sure their citizens are not at risk in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grothman. Yield next the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania. It's 9th District, Mr. Muser.
Well, I thank my good friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, our Republican vice chair. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, since the onset of the pandemic, our small businesses have been faced with immeasurable challenges. Though our recovery from the pandemic is underway, businesses now face an unnecessary worker shortage due in part to enhanced unemployment compensation payments that disincentivize work. Each week, I speak with business owners from across my district who tell me they've opened jobs but can't fill them and compete with enhanced unemployment. One of the largest employers in my district, East Penn Manufacturing, hosts weekly job fairs to fill hundreds of good-paying manufacturing jobs that they have available and are going unfilled. Enhanced unemployment compensation was never intended, Mr. Speaker, to be permanent, but it is now disrupting the labor market on the onset of what can be a strong recovery. As more Americans continue to get vaccinated and our COVID cases continue to decline, it is time for us to stop disincentivizing work. Unemployment assistance programs should be revised to target those unable to work, such as parents with children at home due to school closures, or those not physically able. Those who can work and choose not to should not be able to receive generous unemployment compensation at a rate often more than $20 per hour. The U.S. Department of Labor reports 8.1 million jobs were open in March, and there are plentiful, well-paying jobs in every industry offering incentives for new hires across Pennsylvania. Despite this, Pennsylvania's unemployment rate is even higher than the national average. That is why last week I sent a letter to the governor of Pennsylvania urging him to better target supplemental unemployment compensation to those who truly need it and reinstate work search requirements that were waived last year. Despite an abundant job market, our economy added only 266,000 jobs last week. Mr. Speaker, as I close, businesses are creating new jobs every day. We owe it to them to at least create job seekers. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank all my colleagues for participating tonight. I realize we're out of time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. And you pronounced it correct, and I have one of those last names.
Before I start my presentation, and I'm going to focus sort of on some of the economics, the debt, economic growth, particularly in some of the proposals that are hitting the House right now. I wanted to touch on something. You know, we just heard a number of folks get up and talk about, you know, their love and caring for Israel and the Middle East and the concerns of the conflict. I want to do something that's a little bit different. I have intense concern that our relationship with a fair and functioning republic in the Middle East never become a partisan issue. Maybe this will make sense. You know, I've been here for a few years, and there's always been the ability for those on the left and the right to stand up and say, look, we have a country that works. No country is perfect, but it works, and it respects human rights. It's a functioning republic, a democracy in the Middle East. And was really sort of heartbroken last week, just before I did one of these presentations. There was a presentation by not many members, but some that said some pretty awful things. So I hope as we all, you know, want the country of Israel to prosper and do well, we want everyone in the region to prosper and do well, but we have to accept there are other bad actors, particularly financing and things coming through Iran, to some very bad actors to do horrible, horrible things in the region. I wish we could sort of step back a few months and think of the joy that many of us felt with the Abraham Accords, that good things were happening. And the caring for Israel needs to be bipartisan. And my fear is we're seeing that start to slip, where some on the hard left are moving away from supporting a fellow republic. This is not a good thing for all of us, and we need to sort of rethink that discussion, stand up for our friends, tell our enemies that they can have a home in our hearts if they stop the bad acts. And maybe the Middle East one day really does have a future, as we saw with the vision that came from the Abraham Accords. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I get frustrated when I watch the floor, we all sit in committee, and so often what comes through these microphones are sort of trite talking points. So let's go back to big picture, and then what are we doing to actually deal with it? I have a new chart, and I'm trying to find over and over and over, how do we actually all come together and understand the reality? This is our future. This is my 5-year-old daughter's future. It's $101 trillion of debt, adjusted in today's dollars. So this isn't, 30 years of inflation. This is today's dollars. This is our future in 30 years. And many of us want to get behind the microphone and say, this is a Democrat, this is Republican. It's demographics. We're getting older as a society. We're getting older as a people. And the reality of it is 67% of our 30-year debt is the unfunded portion of Medicare. Remember, when you pay your FICA tax, you're paying the Part A, the hospital portion. The Part B and D, a retiree contributes a little tiny sliver to. The rest comes out of the general fund. And when you actually take a look at our population, the cost of health care, those things, you start to realize it is the core driver of our debt. The blue here is the unfunded liability with Social Security. So if you believe Americans have the right to these earned benefits, these are earned benefits, then why is it so hard to have an honest conversation about the unfunded liability? Because you will get up behind these microphones, and the handful around here who will tell the truth about the math, this becomes an attack television commercial because you told the truth. I am passionate that my time here, I'm going to make these programs survive and prosper. But you first have to understand the scale of the problem. And you see a little green wedge over here? At the end of 30 years, the $101 trillion of debt in today's dollars, only $3 trillion of it is the rest of government. So when you get a politician that will say, oh, it's the military, it's waste and fraud, it's foreign aid, what's the term? Oh yeah, they're lying to you. Or they don't own a calculator. Once again, we've got to have this honest conversation. The unfunded liabilities in Medicare and Social Security drive U.S. sovereign debt. So why talk about this today? Well, we have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of spending that has come out this year. And I want to walk through what that does. And I haven't even been able to do the math on the charts of if we continue just what we've done this year, just in these few months, what that actually means to the future. You would think we'd be having this discussion, hey, the economy is getting better, our society is opening up, let's get Americans to work, let's get the prosperity going, because if we don't have actually amazing, robust economic growth, dealing with that $101 trillion of unfunded liability becomes almost mathematically impossible. So just to try to put some things in context, we held a hearing today in Ways and Means on infrastructure. Now, most of the discussion ended up becoming about infrastructure financing. But I decided actually it was good to actually come up here and show what's actually roads and bridges. So you see the orange right there, $115 billion out of the, what is it, $2-some trillion is actually just roads and bridges. Is actually just roads and bridges. Much of the rest of the spending, if you want to be brutal about it, are other things that come shockingly close to paybacks for constituencies that help finance the left. But a lot of them are things that ultimately don't belong in the infrastructure, medical expansion, long-term care. It's something that's real, we need to deal with. Does long-term care belong in an infrastructure bill? Republicans and Democrats, we can nail this. We can get this here. I will also give you another thing. There's many of us who believe infrastructure is actually much more than our traditional idea of roads and bridges. If you start to think it through, how much of it is technology? If I came to you tomorrow and said, what is the street down, in your neighborhood going to look like a decade from now, 15 years from now? I'm desperately hoping my 5-year-old never drives. I want her in an autonomous vehicle. Well, if we actually have this technology coming, what does traffic look like? What does a smart city look like? You've all seen sort of, and I've done presentations here on the floor before of what does the future of infrastructure look like in a world of interconnectivity where cars can be traveling at pretty impressive speeds, talking to each other. Your carrying capacity on the existing roads today change. How much discussion have we had that the future of infrastructure has a huge technology base to it? That the information coming to your vehicle tells you when there's a fire truck, when school's out, when there's a water main break, to keep moving and flowing traffic. And that's one of my intense frustrations is much of the debate we have is, let's pay back our political constituencies, let's put this much into roads and bridges, and let's completely be funding the infrastructure of past decades instead of being visionary what the future looks like. I'll give you a simple example of that just as a thought experiment. I have a fixation on the future of healthcare is a type of interconnectivity. Telemedicine becomes sort of a telehealth using sensors and those things. Cars talking to each other, transportation, products, drones. Okay, you need broadband. Broadband in the future for areas like my state of Arizona that don't have it isn't running a copper line or a fiber optic line out to the middle of nowhere. It's a satellite. This last weekend, I think we launched another 54 or whatever it is low Earth orbit satellites. But we have $100 billion of spending for moving broadband, particularly out to rural America. Rural America, if we would actually understand technology of today, instead of sounding like we're a decade behind, we actually have, for my tribal communities in the middle of nowhere, they have broadband. We just now need to get our laws, our financing, our subsidies into this part of this century. So that's part of the thought experiment. This is one I want to try to have a real brutally honest conversation about, because the president has gotten up multiple times and said his infrastructure package is paid for. Well, it's not. And when you actually spend some time on it, the new taxes, a substantial number of them are, fake. They're just, they're fluff. Because when you look at first, $265 trillion in spending, that's the baseline on the bill, as best we can score it. 195, or $1,095 billion, so is the revenue. It's not real. A big portion of it comes from, hey, we're going to get the entire world to do a corporate minimum tax, so inversion, so the companies leaving the United States because we raise corporate taxes won't happen. So for the Biden tax plan, for Nancy Pelosi's, for the Democrats' tax plan to actually work, there's components in here. You need the rest of the world to adopt a minimum tax, so companies, we don't go back to the pre-2016 where companies were abandoning the United States and taking much of that tax revenue with them. Another thing, there's actually a substantial area there where we believe there's billions and billions, maybe a couple $100 billion, and we're going to collect more taxes. We're going to get those tax cheats. Okay, let's say that's even real. How many years would it take to hire, train, and be able to collect? You know, there's some of the estimates, you're talking several years before that even becomes effective. So there's just a number of things like that in the revenue side that are fanciful. Also, no one has started to score the raise of corporate taxes that are in the Democrats' tax portion of the infrastructure plan. We did a presentation last week that actually showed about 1 million people will lose their job in the first 24 months. There'll be 1 million less jobs because of the corporate tax, and that's just the corporate tax. And it's not actually talking about the change of basis, the capital gains, the tax on the wealthy, all those other things. So we were trying to make an argument, if the hunger is for revenues for some of these, stop subsidizing the really, really ultra-rich. You know, when they buy their multi-million-dollar house on a beachfront, should we subsidize flood insurance? If someone's really wealthy, should you subsidize their electric vehicle, their solar panels, their power wall? Turns out we were coming up with close to $1.4 trillion in the 10-year window that looks to be subsidies for the very well-off. And if you do the ultra-well-off, it cuts that number down, but it's still a stunning amount of money. So there's a path where you could actually cut spending instead of doing things that would distort economic growth. Because as many who may have watched some of these presentations, I have an absolute fixation on the working poor. And the miracle we had in this country in 2018, 2019, where we actually were starting to crush the separation of income and equality. It was working. We actually came up with something that was, I believe Democrats support it, they just didn't support how we got there, and that was we made working men and women's labor valuable. We made what talents they brought to the marketplace valuable. And we tried to once again say, if you care and love the working poor, and you want them to become much less poor, you can't devalue their labor. Well, but that's what we're doing right now. Number one thing you can do to do economic violence to the working poor, open up your borders. What happens when you import substantial numbers of people with similar skill sets? We have great data on this. You functionally have subjected to that working poor population in your country to a decade of misery, where their wages don't flatline, they actually go down. The other thing you do is inflation. Inflation concentrates punishment on elderly who've saved and the working poor, because now the ability to buy that house, now the ability to buy an asset becomes so much more difficult to get to. And I'm not sure the left has processed what's going on at this moment and how much economic violence is actually being done by the economic decisions that have happened the last few months here. So let's actually take a quick look here. Do you remember a couple years ago, way back, maybe like 2019, we would engage in debates here on, we're spending too much money on military, too much of this, and we were going to be up to, 4.7% of GDP that year was going to be in borrowing. And people were really upset on the left. And many of us were upset on too much spending on the right. This year, we're over 20.5%. If you want to understand inflation, if you want to understand what's happening in asset prices, if you're wanting to understand why that first-time home buyer can't buy the home, why that working poor family can't seem to dig themselves out, this is the beginning of what we're doing. We are pumping so much spending, the Federal Reserve is having to finance it, create functionally fake money, because here's what we're doing. We sell bonds. Right now, the Federal Reserve is buying our bonds like crazy, in many ways just creating cash out of thin air. And there's this old saying, what's inflation? Inflation is too many dollars chasing too few goods. So instead of financing production and productivity in our society, like the tax reform did in 2017, where we saw incredible wage growth with no inflation, what we did now is we helicopter dropped money. And now we have lots of cash in our society that's all been borrowed, chasing not enough production because we didn't incentivize production. We incentivized buying things. Great politics until you start to blow up people's lives with the cost of their goods. So, how dangerous is inflation? You hear a number of our friends from the Federal Reserve. I talked to one a couple nights ago, one of the region presidents, and David, it's transitory. Except how many of you have watched a lot of the leading economists, even leading economists on the left side, in the last 3 or 4 days? They're now sounding the alarm. This inflation rate is not what they call transitory. It's not just, hey, it's a blip for 90 days and then it's going away. And there's geeky things. I'm the senior Republican on the House side for Joint Economic Committee, and there's things we will look at. Being able to buy a futures contract on a steel that you're doing a multi-year project, things like that. And you almost can't buy those right now. There are so many industries that say their inflation curve is already out beyond this year and it's into 22. This is really dangerous where we're at. Think of this. Last month, if you had an annualized, we're at 4.2. But the more important thing is, look at the explosion. Functionally, soon as the administration started rolling out these functionally deficit finance, even though the president says, hey, I'm paying for it, but you just saw on giving credit for everything, there's still another $600 billion of borrowing in just the infrastructure proposal, not all the others. This is a problem. There's a canary in a mine. Some folks should be actually really, really starting to make a point on this. Hey, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, tell me how many minutes I have.
Minutes.
Okay, I'll talk faster. And look, I know this is a little bit geeky, but this is important. Open borders, inflation, these are components that just crush the very people that we were having so much success a couple years on. And we all talk a great game about caring about working men and women, but we're engaging in economic malfeasance right now. And I understand it's complicated, but the numbers don't lie. Take a look at, when you start looking at these charts right now, where you start seeing just parts of the PPI hitting a 12% annualized in the sort of commodity goods, those last month. We really, really, really need to start taking this seriously. Do you continue to float more debt, to chase more helicopter money, to go out and buy more constituents? And you're going to see sort of a false economy for some of the calculations this year, where you may see a number that says, hey, income inequality also shrunk this year because we gave out so much cash, but we also created economic violence because we created detachment from work. Remember, losing a year of work, losing a year of skills, losing a year of progress in your career path, even for the working poor, has a multiplier effect that if you look over the lifetime career, is actually pretty devastating. You see what decisions that were made to keep schools closed and the amount of economic violence to working women in our nation. In 2019, there were more females in the labor market than men. Today, that just isn't true. So the last one I will give, for those folks who fixate on monetary policy, you're in an unusual moment. Remember, there's a difference between fiscal policy and monetary policy. Monetary is Federal Reserve. Hey, we're going to shrink the money supply, we're going to increase the money supply, we're going to do this to protect the purchasing value of the dollar for overseas, for in the country. We're going to use interest rates, we're going to use bank reserves, we're going to use those things as tools. Fiscal side is we spend money, we borrow money. What happens when we're borrowing because we're spending so much, we're borrowing so much, that we distort what they call monetary supply? All of a sudden, the Federal Reserve is having to step in and finance our chaos. And it turns out Congress, because of its spending now, is distorting monetary supply. And what this chart shows is, just take a look. This was the Federal Reserve balance sheet. Just before COVID, it was shrinking. The economy was doing so stunningly well. We had had economic growth. The working poor were getting dramatically less poor. We had almost no inflation, and productivity was beginning to spike in the economy. Remember, how do you pay people more money? You pay them more because of inflation or productivity. Well, when you pay someone more for inflation, they don't get anything. When you pay them for productivity because there's new plant and equipment and these types of economic investment, that's the golden child. That's where you're paying people more because we've invested in them, we've invested in the plant and equipment. That's also what's so devastating about the left's tax plan right now. When you raise capital gains, the way they're talking about doing it, without incentivizing investments in productivity and investments in people through those organizations, they're going to be paid less money. When you raise corporate taxes, there will be less money for those things that make jobs more productive, and we've already seen the numbers. We're going to unemploy 1 million people if the current corporate tax model comes in. So we are now spending so much money, we are just distorting the monetary supply for us in the world, because the Federal Reserve needs to keep buying our bonds to try to keep interest rates as level as possible for as long as possible, because God forbid, when you're floating the scale of debt we're floating today, could you imagine if the next set of refinancing, the next set of bonds were at traditionally the interest rates we had a decade ago or 2 decades ago? So I want to sort of close on this. This over here is 2013 to 16. This is 16 to 19. Most of this economic change was really 18 and 19. This is mean family income. If you take a look at the blue is the wealthiest, the blue is, we'll call it the poorest quartiles in our society. 2016, 2014, 2015, 2013, going back, they were getting their heads kicked in. Income inequality really was growing, but it was growing under Obama administration's policies. If you take a look what happened after tax reform, income inequality shrank. And the blue here is our lowest quartiles, and I hate that number, but it's economics. The orange, so working men and women, particularly the working poor, saw almost a 10% increase in their wages in those couple years. The wealthy only saw about 2.9. This is, if anyone ever wants to really dive into it, the discussion between supply-side economics and sort of Keynesian economics and the distortion that politics have turned to those things. If you actually care about where we're going, do you remember the very first chart that showed $101 trillion of debt that's coming at us? We are making our society and our country incredibly fragile. An interest rate spike, a military conflict, another pandemic. If we need infrastructure, let's build infrastructure. There's rational, we can work out the financing mechanisms. But is long-term care really belong in the infrastructure bill? We need a revolution in what healthcare is, because you saw on the first chart, healthcare is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. And once again, understand the ACA, Obamacare, the Republican alternative, Medicare for all, are not pieces of legislation that change the cost of health care. When you see them, the percentage of GDP it goes to health care stays the same. They're financing bills. This is one of the thought processes here that's been so difficult to crack through our skulls. We keep having debates on this floor that are about who pays and who gets subsidized. We don't have conversations of what we can do to unleash creativity and technology, whether it be in environment, whether it be in infrastructure, whether it be in healthcare. And until this place starts to see this in a holistic sort of continuous circle of healthcare actually has something to do with infrastructure, infrastructure has to do, but the way you keep debt financing it, the debt becomes our fragility, and the debt is what's going to crush our future and do true economic violence to the working poor and even to my 5-year-old daughter's future. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. Thank you. The gentleman from Florida arrived too late. I apologize. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognized the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Newlyn Wing. Newlyn Wing is a current resident of Orlando, Florida, who over the last 5 years has become a passionate advocate for building leadership coalitions in the Asian American and Orange County communities. With a family history stemming from Michigan and Vietnamese refugees, he grew up experiencing the individualistic and collectivistic cultures of the United States and Vietnam. His upbringing created a belief within Newlyn that our collective well-beings are tied to each other's progress. He believes when our best individual efforts and perspectives are shared, we can all progress forward. This principle led him to pursue leadership positions and projects with local and national nonprofits and associations. He holds roles as the president of the National Association of Asian American Professionals, Orlando chapter, and Chief Strategy Officer role with the NAAAP National. Newlyn is passionate about strategies and partnerships that give individuals a platform for building their leadership and having a true impact in their industries and communities. In his work with the Orange County community, Newland has created leadership programs for our high school and college students, helped lead voter education initiatives, and led efforts to increase the representation of Asian American Pacific Islanders in community leadership positions. He is grateful for the amazing leadership he has been a part of and for the opportunity to serve his community. Outside of his community volunteer work, Newland currently serves as Association Manager for Junior Chamber International, USA, a not-for-profit organization of young, active citizens. The JCI USA mission to provide development opportunities that empower young people to create positive change aligns with Newland's passion and background. For this and more, Mr. Newland Wing, we honor you. In honor of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Adrian Lee. Adrian Lee is a senior undergraduate student at the University of Central Florida, studying political science with a track in international affairs and a minor in human communications. During her time at UCF, Adrian was involved in Asian interest student organizations, including the Asian Student Association, the Sparks Magazine chapter of UCF, and the Asian Pacific American Coalition. As president of Asian Pacific American Coalition, Adrian worked with multiple executive student boards, administrative offices, and community partners to amplify Asian American issues and provide networking opportunities. She is most proud of introducing her new scholarships during UCF's celebration of Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, recognizing the creativity, leadership, and advocacy of APIDA students. During her free time, Adrian enjoys painting and visiting local restaurants of Greater Orlando. For this and more, Adrian Lee, we honor you. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Dr. Haifeng Lin. Dr. Haifeng Lin received her PhD in statistics from Virginia Tech in 1999. She has published many papers in journals such as the Journal of Statistical Computation and Simulation, the Criminal Justice Review, Corrections Today, etc. She has worked as a research statistician in the Orange County Corrections Department for 14 years. Her statistical analysis and reports help decision makers deliver better community outcomes by enhancing efficiency and productivity. As a result of her work, management has a data-driven decision-making process. Prior to OCCD, she worked for a consulting company in Washington, D.C. until 2007. She worked on many projects for the federal government, including the U.S. Marshals, ICE, and the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts. She is also vice chair of the Research Council in the American Correctional Association and the former president of the Club Orange Toastmasters. Dr. Haifeng Lin is the founder and president of the Orange County Asian Committee with the mission of bringing the community together while promoting inclusivity and the rich heritage of Asian Americans since 2012. In order to advocate for Asian cultures, diversity, and inclusiveness, she leads numerous events such as cultural performances, art contests, and awards. During the pandemic, when face masks were in short supply, she organized people to donate masks to prevent the spread of and protect against COVID-19 healthcare crisis in Orange County and people in need. Dr. Lin now lives with her husband in Oviedo, Florida, and has 2 beautiful daughters. For this and more, Dr. Haifeng Lin, we honor you. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Oshanto Am. Oshanto Am makes no secret of her humble beginnings. She is a child of Cambodian refugees who escaped the Khmer Rouge, and due to unfortunate circumstances, she and her siblings were removed from her parents' care and placed in the foster system. One of her first recollections of the judicial system was when she advocated on behalf of her siblings to have them reunited under one roof. Rather than being broken by such adversity, she embraced her experience to fuel a passion for public service and child advocacy. She aged out of foster system and went on to become the first in her family to attend college and graduate from the University of Florida. She earned her JD from Stetson University College of Law, where she earned the prestigious Victor O. Wheel Trial Advocacy Award and the Thomas E. Pennick Jr. Award. Oshanto is the Vice President of Quality and Chief Legal Officer of Empower, Inc., where she leads the organization to new levels, working diligently to improve the lives of children and families. Outside of work, Mrs. M is heavily involved in the legal and the Asian American Pacific Islander community. As the president of the Greater Orlando Asian American Bar Association, she put public service and community outreach to the forefront, spearheading several successful virtual programs, including the Voter Initiative, the Asian Fusion Nights, Cooking for a Cause, and Stop AAPI Hate panel. She's also an active board member of the National Association of Asian American Professionals, a member of the Orange County Asian American Committee, and a scholarship chair of the Orange County Bar Association Foundation. But for all her accomplishments and accolades, her greatest pride and joy is to share with her husband the adventure of raising 3 multiracial daughters to become strong, empowered women. And for that and more, Mrs. Oshanto M., we honor you. In honor of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Shally Wong. Ms. Shally Wong is a special assistant of Mayor Jerry Demings of the Orange County government. A Hong Kong immigrant, Ms. Wong has proudly served the Central Florida Asian American community since 2005. Her programs include cultural outreach, unity, and inclusion for all peoples of the Asian American community and beyond. Ms. Wong invests in all her responsibilities a vision of diversity, understanding, acceptance, and respect that nurtures present and future generations. She takes pride, great pride, in representing her culture and being a voice for those underrepresented in her community. With an MIS bachelor's degree in business administration, Ms. Wong brings dedication, meticulousness, selflessness to many professional and local projects from idea through completion. Examples of such projects include the Asia Trend magazine publication, the Asia Trend Inc. nonprofit organization, and the Dragon Parade Lunar New Year. Ms. Wong's prior recognized positions include Vice President of Chinese American Association of Central Florida, President of CAACF, and Board of Director of the Asian American Chamber of Commerce, for which she served as Treasurer in 2007. Her various awards and merits include the AACC's Ellison S. Onizuka Humanitarianism Award, the Asian American Heritage Council Community Service Award, and the Outstanding Community Service Award and recognition of County Mayor Teresa Jacobs. Ms. Wong now serves as Board Director of Fusion Fest, Inc. For this and more, Ms. Shally Wong, we honor you. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Sadiullah Baburi. Sadiqullah Baburi, born on June 10, 1977, to father Baki Baburi and mother Sadiqa Baburi in Kandahar, Afghanistan, is the oldest of 8 siblings. The Soviet occupation of the 80s took many of his family members' lives and forced him and his family to flee their home and brought them to the United States in the year 1990. Supporting his family financially, Sadiq worked as a dishwasher with his brother-in-law, Muhammad Amin, at a diner in Schenectady, New York, until they gathered enough money to build their own restaurant in Newark, New Jersey. After several years, he moved his entire family to Florida and eventually opened his newest restaurant with his brother-in-law, Kennedy Chicken and Grill, named after the airport he and his wife first arrived in as immigrants. The restaurant employs many immigrants who came to the U.S. seeking new opportunities, as his family did years ago. At the present moment, Sadiq has 4 children. He and his wife have been married since 1996, and Mr. Baburi contributes to many local charities through his small business work in the Central Florida community. For this and more, Mr. Sadikila Baburi, we honor you. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Dr. Francisco Rita Halili, MD, FACS. Dr. Francisco Frank Halili, MD, is a man who appears to have more than 24 hours in a day. And for every single second of those extra hours, there is a man living life to the fullest, a man of God and country. He uses his time and talents and treasures to help others. A board-certified general surgeon in the Central Florida area for more than 27 years, Dr. Halili's sharp mind and skillful hands have sought to provide the best care for everyone he meets. It is hard to even imagine the number of lives he has changed, either directly or indirectly, as a doctor. Born in Manila, Philippines, to Filipino-U.S. immigrants who made sacrifices like many other immigrants to do what, when starting over in the U.S., he was instead raised by his grandmother in the Philippines. A graduate of Ateneo de Manila High School, he would eventually attend Florida Southern College, majoring in biochemistry, and later attend medical school in the University of Miami School of Medicine, class of 1988. Dr. Halili did his surgical residency at Brookdale Hospital Medical Center in Brooklyn, New York, and started his private practice in 1993 as a general surgeon in Kissimmee, Florida. Anyone who has ever seen Dr. Halili in the operating room knows of his love for his alma mater and Hurricane sports. His medical students and nurses can easily spot him proudly wearing anything and everything, University of Miami, orange and green, all the way down to his famous orange-colored operating room shoes, Go Canes. Over his 27-year career, it is hard to say exactly how many hours Dr. Halili has spent in surgery with delicate hands caring for his patients. But for every one of those hours, getting to the 4 hospitals, no matter what time or emergency, he has somehow defied the laws of physics and created even more time in the day to be a full-time, loving husband to Joanna and devoted father to Francis and Francine. For this and more, Dr. Francisco Halili, we honor you. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. Since our last couple of floor periods, I had a chance to one more time visit our southern border. And I'd like to point out what's going on there because I think it's the most important issue in America today. Right now, our Border Patrol, and so our listeners understand, there are 2 classes of people who come to our border. There are people who are caught or deal with the Border Patrol, and a lot of people want to be found by the Border Patrol because they think they can come into this country through an asylum process, and there are other people who sneak across the border. In April, our Border Patrol touched or dealt with about 178,000 individuals. A year ago, that number was 17,000. So we have voluntarily gone up from having the Border Patrol deal with about 17,000 to 178,000. As we deal with more people who are touched by the Border Patrol has to spend more time doing paperwork, particularly with the children. And we have another group of people coming across the border called getaways. Because they're getaways, nobody knows exactly how many there are, but we do have drones. We do have our new wall together with sensors. And we are guessing right now that the number of getaways has gone from about 10,000 a month a year ago to 30,000 a month. We feel when you combine the 2 totals, we're going from about 10,000 a month people coming across our border to, just guessing, 70 to 80,000 people a month crossing our border. One thing I found at the border is that it's a misnomer to say most of these people are necessarily, or all these people are necessarily coming from Mexico or Central America. The last time I was down there, we looked at the 3 western sectors of the Mexican border, and there are 9 sectors. We looked at San Diego, El Centro, and the Yuma sector. In the San Diego sector, the second most common nationality coming across at the time we were down there was Russian. In the other 2 sectors, the most common nationality for quite a while had been Brazilian. While I was there, we watched Border Patrol process a group of about 40 people coming across. They weren't even from one country. It was a group, and some of the people were from Russia, some were from Romania, some were from Cuba. When we looked at the facilities the Border Patrol had down there, they had names of country in what else to call them, pens where they were holding people. And sometimes a lot of people were kind of squished together. Another country that people were commonly coming from was Ecuador. I said a lot of people coming here from Cuba. We saw a large pen for people from India, though to be honest, nobody was in it. But in any event, people are coming here from all around the world. We also noticed at the border that the huge slats used to build the wall, which they had to cut short on, are apparently being stolen. Somebody paid for all these things that were supposed to be used to build a wall that was 30 feet high above the ground and 8 feet high below the ground. We cut short the building of that wall right when President Biden was sworn in. So we already paid for the equipment. There was a lot of equipment used to put together the wall that had been rented. Apparently, that money was wasted, and right now, the slats used for the wall are apparently being stolen at night by people who are selling them on the market. One other thing to observation about the wall, there has been an increase of traffic coming by boat in the San Diego area. And the reason the Border Patrol thinks that is true, or the reason it is true, is because of the effectiveness of the wall. Because the wall is doing a good job, people are more likely to get in a boat, go 20 miles out to sea, and 20 miles back to come in. The people who are let in this country, pending an asylum hearing, are put all over the country. They're frequently left with a nonprofit organization, perhaps the Catholic Social Services, and they find somewhere for them everywhere you look. Another thing that you have to realize as things get worse in the wall is the number of drugs coming across the southern border. I had always wondered what would happen to the drug cartels as marijuana was legalized in the United States. And one of the arguments for legalization of marijuana is it would weaken the drug cartels because they would no longer have to sneak the drugs across the border, that what would happen is that they would grow the marijuana in greenhouses here, Colorado, Washington, where have you, and the drug gangs would dry up. Not so. What's going on is because it is no longer that profitable to ship marijuana across the border. As a matter of fact, I recently heard an anecdote in which a lot of marijuana was shipped across the border and they couldn't find anybody to sell it to because the quality of the marijuana grown in America is superior to the marijuana grown in Mexico. What happens is there's been a dramatic increase in more severe drugs. Heroin, cocaine, meth, and the worst of all, fentanyl. We recently hit a new record in which we've had 90,000 deaths in a 12-month period in the United States. In Milwaukee County, of which I represent a part, there were 540 deaths last year. And Milwaukee County is not big like Cook County or some of these other counties around here. It's about 1 million people. 540 deaths in Milwaukee County is a huge deal. And for whatever reason, I think the press has underpublicized it. But I think one of the reasons for the big increases is because you are seeing more and more dangerous drugs coming across the southern border. I will like to give a tip of the cap to the dogs that the Border Patrol uses at the border. When we were down there, we saw dogs who had detected fentanyl located in a gas tank. And of course, a gas tank smells so much, you'd figure there's no way that a dog could detect that because the smell of the gasoline is so strong. But even there, the dogs had detected it. The thing is, the dogs can only sniff so many cars coming across, and it would be a good idea if the Border Patrol would get more dogs. But in any event, if you want to talk about an underpublicized problem, 90,000 deaths in America last year from drug overdoses. And at least at the Drug Administration in Milwaukee County, they speculated that the drugs that killed every one of the 540 people down there, either the drugs themselves or the ingredients for the drugs, came across the southern border. Now you might say, can we do anything to prevent this? Could we do anything to prevent there from being 17,000 up to 178,000 contacts coming across the border? Yes. Why did we not have a problem a little while ago, and what changed it? First of all, President Trump had negotiated something called the Migrant Protection Protocol, in which people were held on the Mexican side of the border pending a hearing for asylum. Because of that, less people showed up in the first place. President Biden got rid of President Trump's agreement with Mexico to hold people at the southern border. First of all, more people are let in right away, and secondly, it advertises to prospective illegal immigrants around the world, now's the time to come. Secondly, we had an asylum cooperative agreement with the Central American countries to hold people south of the Mexican border. In other words, if somebody wanted to come up with Venezuela and said, I need, protection, I needed asylum, they were held in Central American countries, and obviously if their concern was they were being persecuted by the government, why would you have to come to the United States? It would be perfectly fine to stay in Guatemala, stay in El Salvador, or wherever. That agreement was torn apart. And finally, we changed the way we were dealing with COVID. And given the big deal we make about COVID, it's kind of surprising the Biden administration is letting people in without being tested for COVID, but they are. So between these three things, we have managed to go to probably about 10,000 people who we don't want coming here a month to an unknown number, but probably 70 to 80,000. I am afraid what will happen is that number will continue to grow. One of the reasons it's so much greater than it was in the past is because the gangs who help people get here charge people to come here. They charge $3,000 for a Mexican to cross the border, about $5,000 for a Central American. I am told $9,000 to $10,000 for a Brazilian. Obviously, as it is easier to come here, the drug gangs will educate people in other countries and market in other countries to see if they can get here. Other comments that I learned at the border. We already in this fiscal year have 6,000 arrests. That is over twice the amount we had in the entire last fiscal year. And these are people for very serious crimes. I also want to point out that usually you frequently only know if somebody's committed a crime or somebody is a criminal if they committed a crime in this country. You don't know it if they're coming here to escape from another country. So we are letting an increased number of a criminal class in this country. It's estimated that 33% of the women who come in this country on their way up as they walk through Mexico are abused. Some of these women may find they have to pay the money they're supposed to give to the gangs by being trafficked. And that's a horrible thing. I don't know where these people are in this building who purport to be concerned about human trafficking, but one way women can pay their way for their $5,000 or $8,000 or whatever is obvious. So the current system encourages that. Another problem with it is when people cross the border, and it's a very mountainous border, whether you're in Arizona, whether you're in California, whether you're in New Mexico, you can wind up dehydrating to death. The drug gangs that show people how to get here do not take people necessarily all the way to civilization. They take them across the Mexican border and they may say there's a town 10 miles that way or 15 miles that way. There may or may not be a town that close. The Americans do put jugs of water out for people and hope they survive, but last year in the Tucson sector alone, they found 100 people dehydrated to death, which is another problem kind of that you have at this hodgepodge at the border. Another problem that you find out is the children who come across the border. Sometimes the children are people who are borrowed or rented or whatever from other people and are not related to the people who claim to be their parents or relatives in some fashion. And sometimes we're able to identify that with DNA testing. Sometimes we don't. Children come up and have fastened, maybe young children, even 7 or 8-year-old children, have fastened to their clothing who they're supposed to contact when they come here. And the United States, under a bad court decision, in my opinion, a bad court decision, those children, rather than, say, being sent back to their parents in Honduras, may be sent to their supposed aunt or uncle in New York. In the United States, when the children come at the border, they provide transportation to get those little kids to somewhere in the United States. The idea being that once one child comes here, eventually the rest of the family is going to follow. So all the way across the board, we have a very dangerous situation. I implore the Biden administration to do something about this, and I implore the American public to get upset about this and demand that their congressmen do something. I think the first thing we have to do is, of course, beg the Mexican government to reinstate the Migrant Protection Protocol, beg the Central American governments to reinstate the Asylum Cooperative Agreements, and do what we can to immediately test for COVID on the people coming across the border. The next thing we have to do, Mr. President, is address the Vice President. The Vice President was appointed over 8 weeks ago now to be the czar for the southern border. I have been at the border 3 times this year. You do not know what's going on at the border unless you literally sit down, talk to the Border Patrol agents, talk to law enforcement of the counties that are on the border, talk to the ranchers who have to live with people crossing their land. Clearly, Vice President Harris is not interested in finding these things out. And I've made bad hires in my life. I've assigned people to jobs that they maybe couldn't do that well. I beg President Biden, who says he's a moderate, to find somebody else to be the border czar. The current situation in which we have the number of people let in this country rocketing up is just unacceptable. And if Ms. Harris, or Vice President Harris, can go 8 weeks without visiting the border, it clearly shows that she's insubordinate, is not interested in doing a good job, and there must be somebody else in the Biden administration who can pick up the slack and express some interest in closing our border. I should digress and point out that this does not mean we are anti-immigration. In 2019, almost 850,000 new citizens were sworn into this country. And there are work visas as well. So there are plenty of ways to come in this country legally, but we do not need this massive sea of people coming here illegally. So again, I implore the American public to, when we see the Border Patrol touch 178,000 people a month, that's unacceptable. When we talk about 30,000 getaways, that's not acceptable. And the numbers are going to continue to spiral up as we have had public comments from both the President and Vice President that indicate they are not interested in enforcing our laws. Thank you. Now, I would like to touch briefly on another crisis that I hope the American public expresses their concern about during our 3-week recess. There have always been people trying to destroy America, and America is such a hope for people all around the world. Both our example and the fact that we do have many immigrants coming here. There have been various ideologies which have been used to overthrow our government or change our government so it is no longer in accordance with our Constitution. John Adams said the American government or our Constitution is fit for a moral and religious people and not fit for anyone else. There was a time when Marxists traditionally felt they could destabilize the American population and that way have a rebellion in the United States. Eventually, they gave up hope on traditional Marxism, or at least gave up hope for a while. The reason they gave up hope is, quite frankly, the American middle class was so prosperous, and in America, you could find just by going to work, working hard, saving some money, you could buy a house better than, you know, all but a house bigger than what you'd find in almost any other country. And as the result, the lure of Marxism, which took over in China, albeit with some mistakes made by the American government, which took over in Russia, which took over in Cambodia, resulting in the deaths maybe of over 100 million deaths of Marxists caused in other countries, not to mention the destruction of the churches, the destruction of the family, that failed. More recently, the left-wingers in our university system have taken it upon themselves to talk about critical race theory. Now, under classic Marxism, they tried to take over by educating the American public that they should be bitter and angry and they should want to revolt so that they could own the factories or own the big houses and have a revolution that way. The new effort is to try to create anger based on race, and they call it critical race theory. And they want to tell people that if you don't have all you have, it must be because of racism. If you don't have the nice house you want, if you don't have a big amount in your savings account or whatever, that's the problem. Recently, I ran into a little bit of what I'll call critical race theory in one of my local high schools. In the high school, a teacher educated a class which was devoted to racism, mentioned that in the past year, 4% of the kids in this high school were black, and 20% of the kids who were arrested were black. The teacher told the kids, of course, or implied to the kids, that this was a result of racism. This is a problem twice. First of all, you're educating people that the United States of America, which we've just covered, the whole rest of the world wants to get in here, you're educating kids that America is not worth preserving. America is not worth fighting for. America is a bad country. Secondly, you educate people that if they are arrested for drugs, for fighting what have you, or if the police interact with you, it is not a matter of you did something wrong. It's a matter of racism. I can't think of any clearer way to make sure people do not progress in our system than telling them that if they do something wrong, the punishment was not because they deserve the punishment, it was because of racism. But this is the mindset that is out there right now in our schools. It is our mindset that is out there in our large businesses and in our military. I think people have to educate themselves as to what critical race theory is, because clearly the goal of critical race theory is to make people not proud or not respect the United States, and furthermore, make people bitter and angry and tell people, rather than work hard, you know, you work 40, 45, 50 hours a week, try to afford a house, try to have children, you know, buy a car. It tells people if you don't have all you want, it is because of racism. And there is no way teaching our young people that is going to lead to anything other than resentment and a great deal of unhappiness. I think it is obvious that America does not have the racist problems that other countries have, and I beg people to read about countries like India, countries like Somalia, where minor ethnic differences result in deaths, huge amounts of discrimination. Here in the United States, in recent years, Asians, and before that, many other different so-called minority groups outdid financially, not finances aren't everything, but financially exceeded the native born. We can see that America is not a racist country because I talked about a second ago, people from all around the world are trying to get in here, and almost nobody ever wants to leave. So when it really comes to saying it's bad, no one wants to leave. But the whole rest of the world tries to come here, be it from Africa, be it from Latin America, be it from the Indian subcontinent, be it from Southeast Asia. So many wonderful people come here. My district has a lot of Hmong who are tremendously successful, despite coming from a very different background, loving America, taking full advantage of the opportunities that are there. However, if we let this pernicious ideology get in our schools or get in our businesses, it will be a success for the left-wing groups that have always wanted to destroy the special country that is America. And I encourage parents and grandparents and employees to report or publicize when they are forced to put up with this stuff in the schools or in the businesses. There is something for our wonderful American listeners to deal with over the next 3 weeks, and I'd like to thank you all for providing me with this time.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back and ask for us to adjourn.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the Vice President. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.